Name is Dr. Alexander Rose, and as hard as it may be to believe, I am a vampire. Well, at least partly. I don't even truly remember how this came about. You see, I had a problem with certain controlled substances. I was a user. I also gave freely out of the pharmacy connected to my clinic. There were many that I shared with. All of this culminated with one night, one bite, and my life changed forever. I'm now hunting for my sire, the one who turned me into this, and for any knowledge on my unique condition while trying to fix the life that I found myself in. I fight the urges. I work to try and make the world now a safer place for those like I once was, and for those like I am now. To prove my humanity remains, and that I'm more than monstrous.
My name is Anne Darelay, and it's lovely to meet you. For the bulk of my career, I've been a dating coach. This has been a bit contentious for my parents, who think that there are more respectable paths for me to take. What's important to me is that I'm helping people. That's not what got me to where I am now. One day, I stirred from a nap with a message from an unseen deity looping through my head. The apocalypse is coming, it said, and it is your duty to ensure it comes to pass. Something inside me had woken up. As silly as it sounds, I had powers. A year has passed, and I'm no closer to learning the origin of these powers, or bringing about the end of days at that, but I've still found a way to put them to good use. If you ask politely, I'll still give you tips on flirting with the beautiful stranger at the bar. But if they turn out to be a shapeshifter, then I'll be the one to take them out.
I am the head of Apophis, the Egyptian snake god prophesied to swallow the sun and bring about the end of the world. I was summoned from my slumber about 20 years ago by a group who didn't understand the weight of their actions, by a group that failed to acknowledge my power. And so I was split. I should have been risen as a horrifying, monstrous snake, large enough to swallow the sun, but instead I'm just the head of one. As I wondered, contemplating the life I now had before me, as this form couldn't bring about the end of days, I began to appreciate the world around me and see what it had to offer. The apocalypse is my destiny, but I'm not sure it's the future I really want.
Yeah, I'll have the Zack Attack, the pancake, and the possum milk, please. Thank you. Oh, jeez. I didn't see you there. Hold on. Let's walk and talk. Anyway, my name is Chuck Duval, or you may know me by my old title, The Silencer. I was an assassin, hired killer type. Would take anyone out for the right price, really, but, you know, like anyone, I've made mistakes, broken promises, I've got deep regret and all that, but not much time left to stand around moping. But I'm trying to move on, be better, and who knows, maybe I can silence a few no good lowlives on my way out. Oh dang, they forgot my pancake.
1 second, folks. Recalibrating the sonic rifle. Almost there. Hot damn! Oh, shit. Oh, I apologize. Let me introduce myself. My name is Theodore Ulysses Franklin. You can call me Teddy. Born in good old San Antonio, Texas, back in 1959. My mama was Mexican, my daddy a cow rancher, and sí, hablo español. After graduating from MIT with various degrees, I delved into some of the fringe sciences. There, I discovered the existence of the supernatural, and I realized my purpose. researching the unexplained and protecting normal folks from the terrors in the dark. My savings went into building Old Tex, my mobile base of operations, out of the scraps of a 442 Atlantic steam locomotive. Old Tex and I travel across the country, fighting monsters, protecting people, and riding the rails.
My name is Dr. Alexander Rose, and as hard as it may be to believe, I am a vampire. Well, at least partly. I don't even truly remember how this came about. You see, I had a problem with certain controlled substances. I was a user. I also gave freely out of the pharmacy connected to my clinic. There were many that I shared with. All of this culminated with one night, one bite, and my life changed forever. I'm now hunting for my sire, the one who turned me into this, and for any knowledge on my unique condition, while trying to fix the life that I found myself in. I fight the urges. I work to try and make the world now a safer place for those like I once was, and for those like I am now. To prove my humanity remains, and that I'm more than monstrous.
My name is Anne Darelay, and it's lovely to meet you. For the bulk of my career, I've been a dating coach. This has been a bit contentious for my parents, who think that there are more respectable paths for me to take. What's important to me is that I'm helping people. That's not what got me to where I am now. One day, I stood from a nap with a message from an unseen deity looping through my head. The apocalypse is coming, it said, and it is your duty to ensure it comes to pass. Something inside me had woken up. As silly as it sounds, I had powers. A year has passed, and I'm no closer to learning the origin of these powers, or bringing about the end of days at that, but I've still found a way to put them to good use. If you ask politely, I'll still give you tips on flirting with a beautiful stranger at the bar. But if they turn out to be a shapeshifter, then I'll be the one to take them out.
I am the head of Apophis, the Egyptian snake god prophesied to swallow the sun and bring about the end of the world. I was summoned from my slumber about 20 years ago by a group who didn't understand the weight of their actions, by a group that failed to acknowledge my power. And so I was split. I should have been risen as a horrifying, monstrous snake, large enough to swallow the sun, but instead I'm just the head of one. As I wondered, contemplating the life I now had before me, this form couldn't bring about the end of days, I began to appreciate the world around me and see what it had to offer. The apocalypse is my destiny, but I'm not sure it's the future I really want.
Yeah, I'll have the Zack attack, the pancake, and the possum milk, please. Thank you. Oh, jeez. I didn't see you there. Hold on. Let's walk and talk. Anyway, my name is Chuck Duval, or you may know me by my old title, The Silencer. I was an assassin, hired killer type. Would take anyone out for the right price, really, but, you know, like anyone, I've made mistakes, broken promises, I've got deep regret and all that, but not much time left to stand around moping. But I'm trying to move on, be better, and who knows, maybe I can silence a few no-good lowlives on my way out. Oh dang, they forgot my pancake.
1 second, folks. Recalibrating the sonic rifle. Almost there. Hot damn! Oh, shit. Oh, I apologize. Let me introduce myself. My name is Theodore Ulysses Franklin. You can call me Teddy. Born in good old San Antonio, Texas, back in 1959. My mama was Mexican, my daddy a cow rancher, and sí, hablo español. After graduating from MIT with various degrees, I delved into some of the fringe sciences. There, I discovered the existence of the supernatural, and I realized my purpose. researching the unexplained and protecting normal folks from the terrors in the dark. My savings went into building Old Tex, my mobile base of operations, out of the scraps of a 442 Atlantic steam locomotive. Old Tex and I travel across the country, fighting monsters, protecting people, and riding the rails.
Void in there. I had no idea what was up there, and it scares me. I was not expecting that.
All right, skater girls and skater boys.
And it's funny because no one got to see it, so...
No one got to see it.
Well, we are
The
live.
third eye was interesting. I really was not expecting that.
Someone please clip the skater boys and skater girls. That would be really great.
Can that be our new intro? What's up, my skater boys and skater girls?
I was trying really hard to do a skater girl voice, but it just did not.
It just sounded like, what's going on, my skater
It didn't
boys
sound
and
good at
skater
all.
girls?
Yeah, Saul, what you missed not being part of the golf stream last week was us all devolving into equally terrible equally good Australian accents.
That's obviously what pushed us up to $400.
No, because we were like, yo, if we get to 400, we will start doing Australian accents.
Yeah,
I believe someone
Saul
paid
was like, that's what I want. I want to
$25. Someone paid exactly enough.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Oh no!
Oh no, shrimp on the barbie.
Shrimp on the barbie. Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
Oh no! That was really just what it was.
Yep.
It was just that for like 10 whole minutes.
And
So
it was
for any-
us just saying the same words over and over.
It
Like,
was just
we were
us
not-
saying, "Oh no."
no.
So if anyone missed the Golf It stream or the Golf with Your Friends stream, that's what it was. That's what you missed.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's still on the Twitch if you want to watch it.
We got to download that quickly, save it, archive it.
I'll do that tonight. Yeah, Mars, do you want to take it away and say hello?
I do. I just need to remember what we say. You'd think I'd remember after 20 something episodes, but I don't.
That's
I don't have it
okay.
written down.
I also do, but I forgot to pull it up.
Also a move.
I
In the
don't
meantime,
take
I have my
notes.
D20, so I'm ready to play.
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah, I
that's
brought my
it. I'm-
30. That's
Forgot
what you
that
specifically
memo.
requested, right?
I'm so sorry. You.
I
missed
brought
the
a-
D&D
I brought a
session
quarter.
by week.
A D2?
a D2, if you will.
I don't know, it could be a D3. Like, there's...
It could be 3 if I land it perfectly on the side. Isn't there an anime that does that? There's some anime where it's like, I'll flip a coin and it lands perfectly on its side.
That is
Probably.
I'm pretty sure that's it's one of the like manga episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh where it's like they play a shadow game and he flips the coin and I'm pretty sure he like stands on its edge and the idea was like
Oh.
I don't know, it was like a match sitting on the coin or something and like there was like a bottle of alcohol that was like sitting there and at some point the idea was that the match was going to fall over and like fall into the alcohol. I don't know. Someone I'm sure
I think you're mixing two different things. I feel like I know what you're talking about with the match and the alcohol thing. I think that was when Yugi goes to like a burger joint. There's a new burger joint in town, and a guy robs and takes hostage everyone in the burger joint. And
no,
basically
he takes hostage Tia, doesn't he?
Yeah, he takes hostage Tia, and he's
Oh,
like,
yeah,
"Hey, pour me some alcohol." And then Yugi's like, "You fool! I've actually, your hand is now covered with alcohol, and if you let go, you will set yourself on fire." And that's the game. Yeah.
I need to get my whiteboard back out, and you know how workplaces have those like 5 days since the last accident? It should be like number of streams since Yu-Gi-Oh was last brought up.
Yes, we
Because
have brought up
now
Yu-Gi-Oh
it's been
a
brought
lot.
up for every stream
For the
last-
past
Hey,
like
you-
4 streams.
Like hours or something since last.
Yugi.
Yeah.
Since
You activated my trap card, huh?
I'm sorry.
Baby
It's
drink.
not a bad thing. I just feel like I could be using my whiteboard for more exciting things than the nothing at all that I use.
Yeah,
it
let's
for
make
most
the
days.
stream a little more interactive.
You guys remember when there was that one guy who wanted to just chop people's ankles off? Like he locked Yu-Gi went hard, man. Like Yu-Gi
The original manga is a lot darker because it's straight. Like it's not about dual monsters. It's like Duel Monsters is just like one chapter.
Yeah.
And so it's like because it's just general. He's playing games.
That's the king of games.
Yes, because he's the king of games. And so you have stuff like Mokuba making a game called like Capsule Monsters, which is like why Pokemon changed its name because originally it was going to be Capsule Monsters, and then they were like, okay, well, Yu-Gi-Oh's already doing that, so we changed it to Pokemon. Yeah.
I have a lot of things. Maybe Yu-Gi-Oh will be my
PowerPoint presentation.
My PowerPoint presentation.
That would be dope.
Maybe everyone will do a Yu-Gi-Oh PowerPoint.
Yeah, everyone
will do. I'll do specifically ranking all the male Yu-Gi-Oh characters from who I think I would most be able to beat in a normal game of Sudoku.
I think I'm not sure you can beat anyone at Sudoku. Okay.
Well, that's why it would be a very interesting wrist.
You have to be really fast at Sudoku.
I said wrist instead of list.
Hey Mars, what are we? Who are we?
I forgot. Oh no.
Well, before no, go ahead, Mars.
God. I don't have it. I can't find where it's written down, so
That's
I'm just
okay.
gonna say what I remember.
Wing it.
Or actually, I just found it. If you want me to send it to you.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Wing it.
We are a Yu-Gi-Oh fan cast.
Oh no.
Yes.
So anyway, guys, how do you feel about the new expansion pack that Yu-Gi-Oh has just released? I felt like adding a new form of deck into the game was a very ambitious choice.
I like how you called it an expansion.
I really like the part where Yugi came out on my computer screen and gave me a nice kiss on the forehead and told me everything would be okay.
Everything will be okay.
We should all speaking of that, we should all take turns doing a Dan Green impression of Summon Skull Lightning Strike, and see which one's the best.
No, we're good. He's the guy who voices the Pharaoh / Yugi. Yugi is voiced by a different person, but then he turns into the Pharaoh in the series because he's possessed by the spirit of the Pharaoh who lived in the Millennium Puzzle.
Saying, welcome to our Yu-Gi-Oh fan cast.
Welcome to our Yu-Gi-Oh fan cast. Just kidding. We're TurnTables RPG. We're an experimental tabletop role-playing stream where the continuous narrative of our story is passed along from GM to GM, allowing all of us to take turns role-playing as characters in the cast, as well as flex our GM skills.
Right on.
Also, we function as a Yu-Gi-Oh fan cast.
Yes.
You now.
By the end of our ends, we need to figure out who's who in our Yu-Gi-Oh fan cast. Obviously, I would like to be Seto Kaiba, and I'm willing to go through a rigorous audition process to do so. But yes,
I think I got Joey on lock, huh?
I would like to be the Pot of Greed.
What does it do?
What does it do?
It just
Yugi.
It smiles.
What does it do?
2 extra cards.
What does it do?
Can I be the left arm of like the little Gundam
Exodia.
guy you can put together?
Exodia, the Obliterator.
Wait, guys, we can do it.
Exodia,
Chris,
obliterate.
just have your arm. Mars, just have your arm, and then Dustin, you and
No.
I cannot
stick my leg in the air.
I cannot get as high as y'all want us to. I don't think we can get as high as you want us to do this.
If I could, it would not be decent. You don't want me to.
No, I love this so much.
If our supporters want to get us to 500 tonight, we will do the Exodia.
No,
yes, 500 too.
I do not want to look like Exodia. Because that's what it's going to be, because our legs are going to be out like this.
Oh, man.
I really love this idea.
I'm so sorry. I'm getting all my derailing out of the way now. Like,
30 minutes in.
Yes, 30 minutes in.
Well, no, so there's no torso in Exodia. It's only the head, arms, and legs, correct? There's only 5 parts of Exodia.
Perfect.
So that's why we are perfect to do Exodia.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I have an extra picture.
Yes.
Why?
Yes. Tell us why, Dustin.
Tell us why, Chris.
So basically, death doesn't matter. We were like, screw you, death, and so now we have a new guy.
So, yeah, the end of my last mystery, I had a few endings planned, and I told them that it would change the fate of Alex Rose forever. And the ending that they chose, and by chose I mean they got this ending. They didn't know that there were multiple. Cassie, Alex's sister, has been brought back into the world of the living as the spell slinger. So, and just so I remember, she does start at level 1, right? That's just the thing that happens when you create a new character this way.
Yeah. She doesn't have like any level ups or anything of that nature. I guess unless we want to decide that she gets level ups from the last mystery since she took part, but
I mean that's up to you all.
She could have the experience points that we all earned for solving the mystery.
Yeah.
At least.
Agreed.
Okay.
And then,
Yeah.
yeah.
So we actually have an actual focused spellcaster.
Thank goodness. Teddy has so many questions.
Well, she's probably not the best to ask
Okay, that's fair.
because she also doesn't really understand. Well, we'll get into that.
But yeah, so that's a little kind of like info that we have for the stream itself. Concerning news, obviously we are continuing our really great charity, our month-long charity fundraiser with St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Yes, it's right underneath Masha's because I couldn't find any other space to put it except for the exact center of the screen right there. And thanks to everyone's support, we're just like halfway through the month and we've reached $400. So we only $100 away from our goal of $500, which is absolutely fantastic. And we did unlock our PowerPoint party at $400, which I think is going to be awesome. And then at $500, we are unlocking the desktop background and the Night at the Museum one shot. And both of those sound really great, so I hope that we get up there. And someone just donated $25, so thank you.
Hey, thank you.
Hold up, let me pull up the. I should have had the donation website up just like from the get go, but that's on me. But yeah, no, we're still very excited to continue supporting. We are also still like doing multiple streams a week up until the very end of March. So this upcoming Thursday, the 18th, we are going to be playing Super Smash Bros. Ultimate here on the stream, and we are probably going to make fools of ourselves and get angry. And
I will be playing the Block Man.
The one and only.
My blocks are delicious.
Thank you, Anonymous, for donating $25. We appreciate it a lot. Sorry, I was reading the message that Toot Toot wrote for us on Thursday.
Oh, yeah. What did that say? Because I don't know.
It
Yeah, we
said-
don't know.
it
We don't have
says,
access to that.
I've never done a donate thing on Twitch. Nito Burrito. Now play the deep map at some point. It's so pretty.
We did do that.
Okay,
we did
good.
do that eventually.
I'm glad.
That's true. That's true.
And it was at her request. So, that
Yeah.
that is my good friend. She's a good one. So
Beautiful. Well, thank you, Toot Toot, if you're out there. Yeah, and so that's the plan for this Thursday, and then again we'll have the next Monster of the Week the next week, and then the week after that, I believe we're doing Tabletop Simulator that Thursday. And so once again, probably a lot of yelling and cursing, and if we could flip the board, I think you can actually flip the board on Tabletop Simulator.
I've heard.
Okay.
I've never tried it.
Oh,
There's just a button. It's just a.
just casually holds up a Yu-Gi-Oh card as if we're not going to go under another Yu-Gi-Oh tangent now.
Guys, can
Dude-
I play Yu-Gi-Oh on tabletop?
Dude, that'd be so
Okay.
funny. But the problem is you have to build the deck, and so like, do we
That's way
do we
too much
pre-plan the deck? Am I able to like?
Can we
Plan
use
everything
pre-made
out?
decks?
Trevor's
like-
Yu-Gi-Oh cards are somewhere.
there's legitimately there is something that we can get on Tabletop Simulator that has like just a bunch of the structure decks.
Okay, I think that's a good. I think we should at least do that once, like at least once.
I call either Kaiba or Pegasus.
Yugi boy.
You're looking for a Toon World build.
Doesn't he have a
Yu-Gi boy.
grandpa? Can I be the grandpa?
Yugi does have a grandpa who I guess he plays the card game.
He taught
mean-
Yugi the card game.
He owns a like a game shop.
I know, right?
Yeah, he loses to Kaiba in the first episode.
Yeah, he loses to Kaiba in the first episode and he's like, Yugi, I'm dying!
And then Yugi immediately proceeds to play a card game instead of taking his grandpa to the hospital.
Yugi, my soul was taken by Pegasus.
So anyway,
Because I watched a VHS tape.
Can I just say real quick that, and I know we've said this already before, but I'm going to say it again. 4Kids thought that it was less scary for kids to send the people who lose to hell rather than just killing them.
Well, it's not. It's less hell. It's essentially hell.
It's the Shadow Realm. It's
like
literally
it's purgatory, basically.
Save it for the
Like
Fire the PowerPoint party, boys. Let's save it for the PowerPoint party.
we're gonna run out of content.
Yes. So continuing announcements. Yes, please continue supporting St. Jude Children's. We are affiliates, so you can follow us and subscribe to us here on Twitch. We also have a Patreon that I am working on updating. Life, and yes, that's pretty much. Or if you haven't followed us on social media, it's right there. It is at TurnTables RPG on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram. Can someone put a link to the Discord in case y'all want to just hear about Yu-Gi-Oh on your downtime? We'll be there. But I think that's all. Those are all the announcements that I have. I believe so. Yes. If I think of something, I will say it. But that's what I've got at the moment. Mars, do you want to lead us in?
I have a quick announcement.
Yes.
Oh.
You're all pretty. That's all.
Thanks, Dustin.
Yep.
No
I
more
also have
Yu-Gi-Oh
a note.
cards. Yes, go ahead, Mars.
Dang it. Oh, happy early St. Patrick's Day. That's tomorrow.
Yep,
Oh,
that's correct.
Holiday.
so
Can we get an Irish accent, Soul?
We should have worn green.
I can't. I want to say like Happy St. Patrick's Day, but I feel like it would dip into very not cool levels if I tried to do that. So
Wow.
someone wanted a strong woman, so I'll leave Urbosa here
that
for
is
second.
a strong woman.
I'm still upset at the implication that Anne is not a strong woman.
I am also.
Yeah,
upset at that
that's kind of
implication.
whack, guys.
And
Whack.
what you think?
And
Just because
could-
Cassie was recently revived from the dead, that she's not strong?
Well, she's slinging spells. Anne's carrying around a freaking metal blade whip. That's pretty heavy to me.
But Mars, do you want to lead us in?
Sure. I have to pull up my thing.
That's okay.
So I have to get used to saying the 5 of you instead of the 4 of you now. Well, I guess Apophis is here, so the 6 of you. The 6 of you have returned safely from Alex's mind and have been crashing at Violet's clinic because you have no train. You have a party member who has just lost a limb, and I'm pretty sure they don't discharge you after like a week for that. And again, you have no train. You have no home. And it's a little past 4 a.m. when from outside there is a blindingly brilliant light. The six of you are all fast asleep, and despite the overwhelming brilliance, you do not awaken. The light grows closer and closer until it fills the room, and until it blindingly fills the room and then disappears. everything is the same as it was, minus one small detail. Apophis is now missing. Welcome to Turntables RPG.
Yeah. Fingers up.
They're bigger and you can squish them. It's fine.
This is so fun. Big ZD's sunglasses. Big ZD's with sunglasses.
I'm glad we're all back. We're messing with the emojis or the emotes.
I didn't. If you have bits, you can edit your emotes. Do we want to mention Twitch Prime? I don't think we did.
No, we did not mention Twitch Prime.
I'll just be quick. If you have an Amazon Prime, you get a free Twitch sub.
Yes.
Check it out.
Support us in our Yu-Gi-Oh journey.
Endeavors.
You activated my trap card.
You activated my trap card. You now have to subscribe to me with Twitch Prime.
Mars, to clarify, because I was waiting for the intro. The light came inside.
Yes, the light came from outside inside.
Lovely. I guess so did we watch it all happen, or was this more of kind of like a
This was more kind of a the camera is watching it happen while you all are sleeping. Thank you for reminding me to play music, because I had a thing set up for it and then completely forgot to play it during the intro.
It's okay.
But
it's a lot to choreograph.
I forgot.
Yeah, the light basically went in, and you were all asleep, but when you wake up in the morning, surprise, Apophis still isn't there.
So, but we all left to sleep, or we were there when Apophis was taken?
I imagine Violet has kind of shoved you into a back room of her clinic where you're all kind of you all kind of sleep there, and then she kind of kicks you out during the day when she has patients and stuff. So you all are kind of sleeping on a bunch of cots in the same room, and the light entered, took Apophis from the room where you were all sleeping, and dissipated.
So we're still in West Memphis, Arkansas.
You are still in West Memphis, Arkansas.
Beautiful.
For some reason, that is really hard for me to say, but yes.
It's actually pronounced Arkansas.
Arkansas, okay. I'll keep that in mind.
So we wake up and Apophis is just outie.
Yeah.
I think Chuck is just he's goes for a walk. I don't know. Because I assume there's no dishevelment like there's a sign of struggle anywhere, correct?
No, it is literally like it is not there's no sign of struggle, but the bed's not made or anything. It literally looks like he was just like Star Trek teleported. What's it called?
Oh, the
Beam.
Beam me up.
beam me up.
Yeah,
Spider?
he just was beamed away, and like there was no sign of a struggle or anything, just beamed away.
Snake rapture.
Yeah.
It's a snake
No
rapture.
more snakes.
The snake
No more
rapture.
snakes.
Taken.
What do we do?
Yeah. I think Chuck like looks around and is like, "Hey, has anyone seen Apophis?"
I haven't seen them recently, but I bet you they're just going out for a snack or something. Here, let me see if I can find them.
Okay.
And I would like to try to angel wings to Apophis.
We're back.
This always happens. One of
We're
us
back.
gets taken
And people
Anne's
disappear.
and Anne goes.
What
to
else
Angel
do you want me to do? Call them on their cell phone? That's boring.
They have an iPad.
They do have an iPad. But does the iPad have cellular?
Oh no, not anymore.
No,
Not since the
that's
Yeah, not
definitely not now.
anymore. The train's
God damn
the
it.
train's all beamed up.
That's $1.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna keep track like Masha does.
On a
Beam
little
me up,
note.
Sonic.
This little sticky note, yeah.
You gotta keep it on like the wall next to you.
Wouldn't know how that's like.
Oh, Anne, you are wingsing to
Winging.
Apophis.
Whinging.
I am certainly going to try.
And
When I go by myself, I don't have to roll for it.
yes. You enter you float away or whatever. That's not what you do. You disappear and you are in a space of brilliant white light.
Drift away.
But Apophis doesn't seem to be there. Nothing seems to be there. It's like you have entered light itself, I guess, or like you have entered a prism and there is no one and nothing there. Yeah.
Is it hot?
It is like uncomfortably warm, but not like burning hot. And it is dry heat. It is not like, yeah.
This is bizarre and I don't like it here. Is there like a surface for me to walk along, or am I like floating in this white space?
It is sort of like you are floating, but it is like you can move if you want to. It's just not like walking. It is like it's like in a dream when you just think about moving or think about going somewhere and you will go there. So you can basically just think about walking forward and you will move forward.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna take a couple of minutes and I guess like drift around a little bit, see if anything changes, and call out Apophis's name.
And you don't find anything. Except I should have had you roll for that, but
I can roll.
yeah. Why don't you roll and I'll tell you how much you find.
Investigate a mystery?
Yeah, investigate a mystery.
All right, I'm using both my metal dice today. We'll see.
Ooh.
That is 4 plus 3 plus 1. 8. Math hard.
So you don't find Apophis. You don't find any other like. As you are investigating this white plane, the only thing you come across is a the branch of a poplar tree and a bead of amber. It's not like a carved bead or anything. It is just like a little piece of amber. But you can't seem to grow closer to them. Like, you go up to investigate, and you can't really, like, you can't pick them up. You can inspect them very closely, but you can't pick them up. You can't interact with them at all. And I'm not sure about Anne's botany knowledge, but I'm going to guess she probably wouldn't know what a poplar tree is in, like, her normal everyday life, given that she is a dating coach and not a botanist. Or,
This tree looks very popular. Interesting.
but
Popular trees.
I like this tree's so popular.
Popular. I
No.
wanna
Be popular.
but
Yugi.
it is. She looks at it and you understand that it is a poplar tree. You couldn't tell someone why it's a poplar tree. You just look at it and the phrase, the name for this plant comes instantly into your mind.
I'd forgotten what it was like to be on this side of the table,
Yes.
and just watching you all derail so hard.
You were just singing.
The best thing I love about the greatest thing I love about our group is that within, like, usually the first 15 minutes of, like, the first episode of a mystery, Masha will have Anne use either angel wings or the
Am I not supposed to use my moves?
No, I'm just saying that
Is that not-
you have two moves that immediately
me.
put the GM into the fight or flight mode, in the
Into a
sense of, like,
spot.
are they lying, or I go exactly to where I want to go, and it's a lot of fun. I think that's what I think.
Yeah, I think if I feel like there's nothing else that I could find here, I am just going to blip back over to my friends.
Yep. You blip back and
I'm making eggs.
it is harder to blip back than you would have expected. Like, normally it is very effortless, but it feels like it is taking a little bit more energy. Like, you are not unlike if you had traveled a great distance. But yeah, it's that you feel a little bit more drained after, or you have to think a little harder about, like, anchoring, I guess, to where you want to go than you would normally.
How do you like your eggs? I'll just make them scrambled.
No matter what you actually ask for, they will come out scrambled.
They will come out scrambled. I'm not good with eggs.
Guys, I'm back, and I don't have our friend Apophis in tow.
Are they okay?
I think we might have a little bit of a situation. Because, usually I do the thing, and I just, like, pop up next to you, and you're like,
well,
Anne, where'd you come
sure,
from?"
usually is a word.
Occasionally. Sometimes it doesn't go
Occasionally.
well.
In a rare
When
sense.
I tried this time, I was in a weird, blank, bright space, and there was a poplar tree branch, which is weird that I know that because I don't know anything about trees. Flowers I've got on lock, but trees, they all look the same to me. And a small piece of amber. But Apophis wasn't there, so...
Wait, hold on, sorry. Is Ned still with us?
Is Ned still... Ned, go put Ned on a bus. Send them home.
Is Ned still around? Like, are we babysitting Ned now?
Has he called his mother?
Does he have a mother?
The first thing...
Not my problem anymore.
The first thing that Violet did upon finding out that not only do you have 2 more members staying at her clinic where she tries to run a business, But upon learning that one of them was a teenager, she immediately like contacted his parents and was
So-
like,
Hello,
are-
we are in. Wait. They're in Oregon, right?
I give it
yes,
one more
yes,
day
they're in
before
Oregon.
Violet shows up with like renter
Police?
agreement paperwork
Oh,
where
okay.
she's like, for every day that you guys stay here, you owe me like X amount of dollars.
So I actually do have a legitimate question.
Like
Did
ours
Violet know
weren't.
about the supernatural?
No, Violet. So Violet, essentially, from Violet's point of view, she went to that weird ass murder site, right? And all right, that's another $1. Hold up, I gotta mark it. And then, and at that site, she she eventually came across an old friend who she had not seen for a very long time, carrying in tow like a one-armed, heavily bleeding friend, and the rest of the friends with severe radiation poisoning.
and one of them was a snake.
Yes, and one of them was a snake, which she pointedly was not paying attention to. And so I feel like there's a conversation due at some point,
Well,
or overdue.
I do want to point out real quick, just to add on to that plate, her friend who was dead, very, very dead,
And
gone to her funeral dead, is now in her clinic.
is back. That's right, yeah. Because she had in that
Just your average, traveling group of people. Live on a
Like-
train.
Like, she may not have known Cassie as well as she knew Alex, but she knew of Cassie. And, yeah. Oops.
Just say you have another sister. I have a second sister. Did not know about.
Anyways.
Looks
Sorry, Mars.
exactly like the first one.
Don't think about it.
They, we bought them in a 2-pack at the Walmart. It was on sale. Buy one, get one. Okay.
Anyway, so I think we can just say like we bought Ned like a plane ticket or something and flew him back to
Yeah.
Oregon.
With all the lot of money we have.
We have a lot of money.
well,
Well,
Maybe Ned's parents bought him a plane ticket. or
if
something.
we want to say that Teddy had his credit cards on him, then sure.
I mean, sure, like you would have a wallet, right? It wouldn't-
Yeah.
like, oops, it was in my other hand. That's another thing. Does Teddy have a new? What's Teddy's situation right now?
I think Teddy still has one arm.
Okay. Cool.
As of this moment in time.
Fun. Okay. So, yeah. Anyway, back to the situation at hand. Okay. So just the light and a branch, and that's it. That's all we got.
No, it was just light, and I could like float around in it. It was very uncomfortable. It wasn't uncomfortable, but it was weird because I was moving, but I wasn't like moving. Which I guess I do all the time, but it was like, you know what? Don't worry about it. I'm still getting used to it. And it was a branch specifically for a poplar tree. I looked at it, I knew what it was, and a small piece of amber. And I wanted to like grab them and bring them back, but I couldn't. I just like couldn't get them. Like I couldn't do that. Do you guys know anything about poplar trees? Like, do they mean something?
I'm not
Like
big in
Egyptian?
the wood department.
I don't know. How does Apophis does Apophis do like bonsai in their free time and I just missed it? Like I don't.
How many hobbies Apophis has?
We could always ask Violet if she's okay to lend us a computer, I guess. Or
I mean,
not,
we're
I
down
guess.
a friend here, so I guess we kind of have to, don't we?
Yeah.
'Cause I don't think any of us have a working phone anymore, unless I do.
Well,
Can we have gone to the store and bought some cell phones, please?
I'm
Alex
working
is
like,
a
on
work-
it.
No, we
sometime in the
have
past week-
phones.
Anne would have like put a like family plan. All
Like,
of
we
us are on the
have-
same.
Like, we have
Why are
phones.
two
I
of
think
you shaking your heads? You don't want to be on the family plan?
We've all got the what were those called? Like, you all may be too young to remember this. I'm talking like I'm old, but like the
walkie-talkies.
no, I'm not a walkie-talkie, but there was actually like a Sprint plan where it gave you a phone that could also work like a walkie-talkie.
Oh,
It
I
was-
remember that. My grandpa
Yeah.
had one of those.
Yeah, I don't even remember what they were called.
Yeah, I mean, we do all have phones. The issue is whether or not they still work because they were connected to the train's system.
Yeah. Man, we're really feeling the repercussions now.
I do want to make a point real quick to say Alex kept his. Like, he still has his regular cell phone
Yeah,
because he was offered a BlackBerry.
Yes.
and Anne does have 2 phones as well, I believe, right?
I got 2 phones.
Nope. Children's stream.
Call me
I'm
on
not saying
myself.
anything.
Anyway, so
well,
yeah, I'm at a like I don't know what to do here. Like, what do we do? Like, all we know is Apophis is gone.
Well, I mean, I'm assuming that the only 2 things I saw in this weird space involved them somehow. So yeah, I mean, let's Google it. Let's use some kind of generic non-multi-million-dollar corporation internet search engine. to
You've
find
already
out what
said
the-
Google.
I'm just saying we've got options. There's like Go or something else. You know, right? Did I make that up? I don't know.
DuckDuckGo.
Thank you.
Anne is literally asking us to Bing right now.
Anne would never do such a thing. Anne will tell you that.
Let's
that
just look it up
statistically-
on the internet.
Statistically, men who use Bing are 5% less likely to get married.
What?
You heard it here, folks.
You heard it here first.
Was that Anne, like,
sad
in character
facts.
Anne was saying that? Or, like,
Yeah,
as a
so, like,
dating
Anne is
coach,
just talking smack.
as a dating coach, I'm familiar, like, most marriages failed when he started using Bing.
Yeah. Yeah, can I just like pull out my my working cell phone and just Google poplar tree and try to determine like if it has something to do with like Egyptian culture or religion?
Well, I will say if you just Google poplar tree, you're gonna get a lot of information on like the care of poplar trees. But why don't you roll investigate a mystery?
More dice.
Yeah.
You do this to
Very
yourself.
sharp. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Ooh, that would be an 11.
Nice.
Oh.
Then why don't you ask some questions? I believe. Yeah.
Is that one of your
okay.
ones that you can crit on?
It is, but that's a 12.
I know, but we can help. That's the reason I asked, should we? Like, is that even... Would that help? Would that be good, or are you good? Because Alex is still good at helping.
I think if you want to try to help, I think it would help me point my research in the right direction.
Okay, this is my first time rolling 2d6 in a while, so let's see what we can do. Alex is going to attempt to help Anne. Let's see if I still got the touch.
The cheese touch.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
All right.
So-
So, yes, I have advanced investigate a mystery, and the text for that is on a 12 plus. You may ask the keeper any question you want about the mystery, not just the listed ones.
All right.
Hey Mars, where's Apophis? I'm kidding.
Not here.
That one. No, wait.
No, wow, that was wow.
Yes. Oh,
Well, that was obvious, so I'll give you another one.
Okay.
That was pretty good though.
fine.
Respect
and
that.
I am wondering too, like text is written, would I still get to hold 2 or would I only get 1 question?
That's a really good point.
No, okay. So the way that it works is you hold 2 and then you get to ask questions. What this is saying is instead of having to choose a question from that, you can ask any.
Yeah.
So I still feel you would still hold. It's just you were spinning that hold on the question.
Yes.
Yeah, so you would get one hold for this, and then 1 hold for one of the listed questions, I believe.
Okay. Well, my question is going to be, what if any, is the significance of a poplar tree and small piece of amber to Egyptian religion and or culture?
You
A
know
compound
that
question.
It's not
That
a
is a-
compound question. That's what I would be Googling.
Oh, okay.
Binging.
Don't bing.
DuckDuckGoing.
Searching.
Big ZD's new search engine, Big Zing.
That's it. Big zing. Got it. Okay.
Big Zing.
Big Zing it.
The
What?
Z-verse. That's what we are.
It just
This
got
is-
zinged.
We're getting into cyberpunk territory with.
So anyway, do we want to talk about Big ZD lore?
Guys, please. It's too early.
So, you know that amber is like an unimportant, not metal. What am I saying? Amber is an
Stone.
important stone in Egyptian mythology, and it was common in not only medicine, but like amulets. You also know that amber can be a symbol of Ra, but you don't find anything about the poplar tree. You know it has like there are poplar trees in Egypt, but you can't find any sort of direct connection to Egyptian mythology or any like not historical, but any mythological basis to the poplar tree, and you can't find any instances of the two crossing over where they would be like symbols for one thing.
So basically, the amber is important for Egyptian culture, but the poplar tree doesn't seem to have any significance. Okay.
So, if you are going under the impression that those two related are the thing that would lead you to Apophis, you might be looking in the wrong place.
And I think my second question, and I think were we thinking the second question or one of the two questions would just be from the list?
That's what I was thinking, but
We can go
Your
ahead.
GM.
We can go ahead and operate with that for now if that's what Mars wants,
Sure.
and then fix
Yeah.
it later.
I'm cool with that. I think that not seeing an immediate connection with the poplar tree, I think that I would then try to answer the question of what can it do for the poplar tree, as in like, you know, is it used, do people eat parts of it, or is it used for good smells, or just kind of like what is its horticultural usage, if any? Maybe sometimes people just like plants because they're cute.
it is so with your research, you know that it is sometimes used as like a like building material, but it's not very popular as one. It's not like the most beautiful wood ever, but it is relatively cheap, and it also is used in the boxes which store camembert cheese, which is interesting. You also know that it is sometimes eaten, both raw or cooked, but it doesn't really seem to have any, like, medical uses or, like, anything like that.
They just said raw eats it. That's what I heard. They eat it raw.
Now I know that I'm gonna do my PowerPoint presentation on camembert cheese and how it's stored in the poplar tree boxes.
Man, I want some cheese right now.
I love cheese. I have so much cheese in my fridge right now.
Gosh, I
Yeah,
don't.
well, I certainly pass this information along to my party members, and I also let them know that I'm a little worried about the whole amber being associated with Raw, especially after the whole situation when we were in Alex's brain, where we met Ra, and he was like a big glowing ball of light in the thing, and he kicked Apophis's butt a little, and it was just a bad time for everybody involved. So it seems like our friend is missing, and I'm starting to feel like maybe they were taken. What does everybody feel about this? I gotta find Apophis. This is very bad.
I mean, yes, you're right, Anne. We need to find Apophis for sure. For multiple different reasons, I think we all need to be together in order to air some stuff out amongst all of us. But first and foremost, we want to make sure that they're safe. And I mean, to be quite honest, we don't know if someone's capable of kidnapping Apophis. We don't know what else they could do with Apophis. The sun's been red for a little over a week now, and Apophis just did that because they were trying to save me and us. If something happens and they somehow force Apophis to jumpstart the apocalypse, then it's do or die time now. I think it's time for drastic measures.
Magician, Elapid, strange folk, they were ready to just end Apophis and start anew with their plan. If they've got Apophis, it might already be too late.
Oh, so you think like the light is a sign that Apophis is not around anymore? That seems like a kind of a dark way.
I mean, I certainly hope not.
I mean,
that would be real.
I mean, we all know that Apophis can take care of themselves, more so than most of us. But the fact stands that whoever took them did it without breaking down a wall, without conflict, without basically any noise, which means that they have faculties way more than we have right now available to us.
Yeah, it's probably magic stuff. I feel like we deal with that enough. Just a question, I guess. Alex, what are you doing? Are you just like staring at Cat? Like, because I just imagine you in the corner, like having like a staring contest with Cassie. Like I don't know what you're doing.
Well, he definitely helped Anne with searching, but yeah, I mean, for the most part, so there's not really any catching up the two of them needed to do because she was technically inside of him, ? Like her consciousness was. But yeah, I feel like he's waiting for the other shoe to drop at this point, because where did she come from? How is she here? She's a lot more happy-go-lucky about it. She's actually, like, I was actually about to say, she's eating Chuck's eggs right now. Like, while he's
enjoying my eggs.
Yeah, like she is scarfing down the eggs because she's not eaten food in years.
I really appreciate someone appreciating me.
So yeah, she is scarfing down the eggs and enjoying like the taste of food for the first time in a long time, like real food. So that's what she's doing. But yeah, Alex is probably still kind of like really quiet and trying to take all of this. Right now, my thing that I'm wondering about is how much does Cassie know about her own magic? Because I know what she can do, but does she know what she can?
I think. Yeah, I think Teddy's going to pull out kind of like a long briefcase from underneath his little cot and kind of set it up top. And he's gonna say, I don't have much left. I know we relied on big techs, all of us in one way, shape, or form. Me more than all of you, really. But I can still be useful. In more ways than one, hopefully. If just one of you could do me a favor.
Are you going to say the favor, or is it just like
I was hoping that somebody would say, yes, I'll help you, before I say what I want to say.
Teddy,
I mean, I will help
I'll
you.
always help you.
I need y'all.
Unless it's something like kill someone like one of us, then that might be a little. Like if you're like, Chuck, I need you to gun down Alex. I'm like, I feel like he'll get to me first.
I'm
Definitely yes.
I'm glad that you have that line, Chuck. I think no, I just need the two of you to hold me down.
Oh, cool.
That sounds.
Teddy's going to immediately begin take off his
Teddy.
belt. He's going to take off his belt.
Dead.
Put it between his teeth.
Teddy, wait, we talked about
unlock the
this. You can't
briefcase.
just do this with your. You can't just throw stuff
And
like this
Teddy,
onto your friends.
we
You
are
have to
not-
ask them
You
first
watch
if they're
Teddy.
okay with it.
You watch Teddy pull out.
Teddy, we are not an organization. We don't have HR. We can't complain to someone about this.
a robotic arm from the briefcase. And
Oh, thank God.
It looks made from like space age materials of like satellites and space trash, kind of like all compiled together. And so it's like I just saw Elsa's comment. It looks like kind of like you see that on like one side of the arm, it's like solar paneling, and then on the other side, it's just kind of like very kind of sleek metal with some glass panels on certain spaces, and it looks just like completely hydraulic in certain ways. And there's like little tubes going to different places, and you see that the socket in which goes into the shoulder is full of small little needles. And he kind of sits down on the bed, and he actually he takes out the belt, and he's like, I kind of got ahead of myself with that one. Doc, I'm gonna need you to put this on my shoulder.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's sure.
I don't know.
What
Is this medical? Is this like medically safe? That seemed like. Alex, does this
we're in my realm now, and Teddy's gonna kind of like lay down on the bed and put the belt in his mouth, and he's just gonna like gesture to Chuck.
Take it.
See, I'm still not certain that this isn't a weird sex thing.
I mean, I say go for it. You know, if that's what you're into.
Oh.
Cassie, don't encourage him. This is weird.
Yeah, this is
Oh,
weird.
come on.
Okay, I mean, I guess. I
Teddy's
guess
going
Chuck
to,
will
like,
go down and like
Yeah.
put a hand on Teddy's like chest and like hold down his other arm.
Yep. And Teddy's just gonna expose his bare shoulder, which you can see is like, you can see the scar that originally was very puckered and red from the amputation, but now has like slightly healed over, even though it's still like pink with like new skin. And he lays down, and as I'm assuming Alex gets closer with the arm, Teddy like holds up his little, I don't have my analog watch on me, but like he holds up his analog watch and kind of taps it twice. And everyone kind of in the room hears the sound of multiple little drills beginning to spin and power up, as the arm begins to vibrate a little bit.
Yeah, first, before he does this, Alex is actually going to sanitize your arm.
Okay.
Like he's going to trust that Teddy knows what he's doing, but he's not about to, like, he's going to, like, yeah, like, well,
Weird.
I mean, listen, he's part vampire, his dead sister's back to life. Like, at this point, we've gone past weird arm thing. Like,
We
sure.
need to get a trauma counselor on the phone.
Sure.
You
But
tell
You're
me,
the only
you
one
tell me a dating
who has
coach
any kind of
can't-
therapy.
That's not
Here.
what she's good at.
And hold this for just a second. Here.
Well, it's like dating counseling for yourself. Like, you know?
That's what therapy is.
I take.
I mean, Alex had some psychology, like, classes, but I wouldn't. That's not his specialty. Yeah, so he's going to sanitize it first with some just some alcohol around the area, and then he's going to take the arm back and work to attach it to Teddy as instructed.
Yeah, as it gets closer, everyone kind of sees Teddy kind of like very thin-lipped and slightly sweating, and he just kind of like really kind of like clamps down on the leather belt. And
Both hands.
Alex, do you put it on his arm?
If that's the way he's directed, then that's what Alex is going to do. But
Surprisingly,
oh boy, I hope it's not a lot of blood.
Surprisingly, there is like little to no blood. When you insert, Teddy does kind of like squeal in pain. Like there's like there's no manliness in it. It's a very high pitched kind of like guttural pain, but the shoulder like sets in very quickly. It just kind of like clamps down, and you all kind of watch the little tubes that move around. They were already tinted a little dark, but they just get a little bit darker as liquid begins to fill them and kind of like filter through the arm and things. And there's like maybe like a small like speckling of blood on the shoulder where like the initial puncture was just kind of like, you know, but it's not a lot. It's easy enough to wipe off with like a cloth. And in just a couple of moments, you watch the immobile like robotic fingers just begin to like tap and move around, and then you watch the zzz, zzz, and like Teddy kind of sits up and his like just covered in sweat, face a little chalky, breathing heavily, but now on his left side he has this kind of like satellite arm that he's just kind of like slightly flexing right now, and he takes out the belt and he says, well, I'm not gonna lie to y'all, that hurt like a bitch. And that's another $1 to St. Jude.
That is a, and like Alex is like examining, you know, everything where it went on. He's having Teddy test some other motor functions to make sure that, you know, like basically he's doing a full medical exam right here, right now.
Yeah. And because this is like the first time that the arm is like functioning, there is like there is a bit of kind of like a breaking in that happens. Like so some moves like takes like a little like couple seconds for the motors to get there, but like it does eventually get to the motion.
Elbows Chuck in the face. So
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Chuck.
But Teddy kind of like looks at his arm and he looks at the rest of you and he says, it's not big techs, but it's a start.
I did just realize that you said something.
Or old techs.
Saul.
Yeah. What's that?
You said he holds up his wristwatch and presses it,
Mm-hmm.
and that was before he got his extra arm.
Oh no, yeah, it was supposed to be. That's right.
I'm gonna guess he was.
picturing he had
he
like
was
taken it
holding
off
it.
and was
Yeah.
like holding it in
Yes,
his
I like
hand.
Yeah.
where Mars is going.
I just
He did that.
like.
I like the Chris version. Where he smacks himself in the jaw with it.
Okay,
Yeah, he was
Canon
just kind of like
let's
holding
do
it.
this.
He was just kind of holding it and like tapped it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But thank you. That I got
Yeah,
ahead of
my
myself.
canon.
I got ahead
My
of
canon
myself.
is-
I wanted 2 arms again.
As
Just
two,
for continuity's
as,
sake.
as
have
one of the
one
keepers, I veto it.
Just okay. Anyways, just for continuity's sake. Now, all of you in the YouTube comments can just stop. We solved it before the end of the episode. Don't worry about it. Actually, do it anyway because comments are good for the YouTube algorithm.
And
For what I
then just to slightly flex, I think Teddy Mars would be okay if I rolled investigate a mystery on like just the area, like where Apophis's bunk was, like essentially like where they were taken.
Yeah.
And I get a +1 ongoing because of my arm, because that's the move that I took as the
Nice.
+1 for the arm. Okay.
I'm really good at picking thing up and putting back down for looking.
Yes, please keep going.
Very good. Very good for doing the search of place for friend who have vanished.
So that's an 11. And you all watch as Teddy's arm kind of like folds, the forearm kind of like folds into itself, and in place of his hand there's like several different kind of like analyzing gadgets that kind of like pop out and begin to kind of like scan the floor.
Is it like the Treasure Planet?
Yes,
Hey.
it is. Yes, it is. I love Treasure Planet, but a more modern age, space age cyborg arm. Yes, and like it kind of like does the little fold out, and there's like it's just essentially scanning for different elements, for different like radiation signatures, any kind of like displacement in matter, and so that was an 11, which I think gives me a hold 2.
That is true.
So I will ask. I guess with the material, with the gadgets that I kind of used, what is being concealed here?
So there are a couple of things being concealed here.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, when you are performing all your arm tests, that's not what it's called, but as you are investigating, yeah, as you're performing your arm test to investigate, your arm picks up on high levels of radiation, as well as like white hot heat.
Okay.
But like this heat would be so powerful that you would all be dead from just and the radiation is so powerful that you would be dead from just being this close to it.
Mm-hmm.
But your instruments are picking it up. It is like it is on a separate plane, or like it is not dissimilar to how your technology might pick up UV light. It's something you can't see, but it is there, and your technology can pick it up.
It's like essentially
But-
on a different frequency.
Basically, yes, that is exactly how one might describe it.
Okay.
There is no like obvious signs of Apophis, but yeah, so he is not being concealed there necessarily. You're able to like do a life form scan, or you're able to like you're able to tell that there is no this heat is not hiding something. It is not there to like hide the heat signature of Apophis or something. It is just like a remnants of something that was there.
Okay. Okay. I think that's a good amount for now. I think Teddy will kind of like revert his arm back, and I'll keep my hold for my second hold for later.
Okay.
And then Teddy's just going to turn back to the group and say, just to add to the list of impossible things, I know we were talking about raw earlier and, light, but the levels of radiation that I am picking up here and the level of heat is essentially that of the sun. And if it were actually here in person, it would be the end of Earth, but also us, just from proximity. The only way I can really explain it is that it seems as though these phenomena, which I am picking up in real time, are almost on a different frequency that we cannot access in our current material forms. But it's there. Or I guess Mars, just to clarify, it's still there, but it's or is it just like residual?
It is as like basically the analogy I would describe it as is if you had a radioactive candle and you blew out the radioactive candle, there would still be heat there after and radiation if you have a radioactive candle after the candle went out.
Gotcha.
So you can tell this energy is not fresh, but it is still lingering from something that happened, you estimate, about 4 a.m.
Gotcha. Yeah, I will relay that to the group as well and just say, from the energy signature, it's still here, but the event has passed, and I believe it probably happened like around 4 a.m.
Interesting.
Like 2 days ago or whatever, we were inside Alex's head, and you're telling me that now we have to go to the sun.
Yeah, I think it's more of like we just need to. I mean, I could try and track the signature, but I'm pretty sure it's just going to point me to that thing, and he just kind of points to where like the red light is coming from. But I could try.
Can I try something?
Teddy kind of like looks at the rest of the group and shrugs and says, "Absolutely, anything that could help."
Well, I don't know about that, but I can certainly try. When I woke up out of my brother's head, some of the abilities that I had in there, I'm not going to say they came with me because it's definitely not the same, but let me try something. And just like everybody else going in line, I would like to roll Investigate a Mystery really quickly. And I'll explain why in a moment if it works.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, roll. 9 plus 1 is 10. So that is 10. And Cassie has a move called Forensic Divination. When you successfully investigate a mystery, you may ask what magic was done here as a free extra question. So, what magic was done here?
So the magic done here was some sort of divine, godly magic. You haven't been on Earth long, but you've been able to pick up kind of differences in different magics as well as different divine magics. You can tell that Anne's divine magic is different from Apophis's divine magic. Or I don't know if Apophis has divine magic, but like god magic. You can tell that this is god magic, but it is not familiar to you. It is not Egyptian, and it is not from Anne's superiors. It is a very powerful magic, and it is heat-based or solar-based. But it is not the magic of an Egyptian solar deity or or a member of the
Tribunal.
Thank you. The only word I was thinking of was triumvirate. Whatever. But yes,
Triumvirate?
it is not.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That's actually a better name. That's fine.
So it
and
is.
so,
Yeah.
so the
It
way
is
that
a-
Cassie, it is a
It is a not Egyptian, not tribunal solar magic.
okay.
So, it's divine solar magic.
Divine solar. So, and the way that Cassie does this is she just kind of walks over to the area and she kind of holds her hands out in front of her, and she just starts to chant, and her arms begin to move, her hands are moving, and wind starts to blow, like just all around her. This wind picks up, blowing her hair, and then she just kind of opens her eyes, which have a weird glow to them, and she says, "This is solar magic. It is divine magic, but it is not Egyptian."
I'm just gonna go ahead and say, and I look at the rest of the group, I'm like, I'm really glad she's with us now.
You think?
She eats my eggs, so I'm pretty, I'm cool with it.
Yeah, I'm pretty cool with it too. Turns out, being up here
eggs.
is much better. Yes, with eggs.
So
But,
I'm completely lost here. Does anyone have any ideas what's going on?
and then I'll hold my
Curious.
actual two.
Teddy just says, I mean, there's a lot of pantheons out there. I wouldn't try it. There's just so many. I have no idea. I didn't know gods were were possible in a physical space in which we could touch them.
I mean, a lot more than gods.
Until Apophis. I mean, right, Chuck, but like, there's definitely a difference between, a werewolf in Kentucky and what's happening right here. And so I'm just I'm still somewhat processing all the infinite possibilities that could be out there. I mean, you know how much mythology there is out there, how many stories are told.
Yeah.
What constitutes the
Oh,
creation
sorry. I
of a
couldn't
being
read
like
fast
that?
enough.
Like if I come up with a I don't know, a corgi-headed deity of cuddles, and you start worshiping with me, does that being just come into existence? Is it just a matter of belief?
I don't know. Now is the time for like a.
Do you think it might be
religious
Apollo?
debate. It could be any. There are thousands of sun gods. Well, not thousands, probably.
Well,
like
now
hundreds.
hold on. I want to hear more about this corgi god that we're making.
No.
Because they're really cute and they have those really, really short legs.
Yeah, some would call them whittle.
Some would even call them yeah, that's good.
Some would, some would call them whittle.
Can you imagine if it was like a solar deity? Could it like set things on fire or?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Probably.
Okay, guys.
Are we still talking about the corgi here?
Yes.
We're talking about the corgi.
I like this plan.
Cuddles are
that's,
wrong.
Mars
No,
is
okay, guys.
frantically rewriting the mystery.
Guys,
corgi sun
guys.
god.
So do we? Okay, so far all we know is might not be Ra. Divine sun magic has taken away our snake friend, who is going to eat the sun one day.
Maybe today.
Maybe today.
Oh.
I hope not today. It just wasn't in my schedule.
So
So do we want to maybe like we all go to the dimension made of light and we look around together? Or do we feel like that's a bad idea?
Actually, Chuck, that's a really great point. You brought up the Apophis eating the sun, right? That's the mythology. That's the story that Apophis is tied to. That directly influence is I actually, and he kind of Teddy kind of goes to one of his like little glass panels that's just kind of like a dark glass, and he swipes his hand, and you see essentially kind of like a computer power up, and begins kind of like tapping on his arm. And Keeper, if I may, I would like to use my last hold for investigative mystery to do what sort of creature is it, and specifically I am searching for mythological stories about snakes being involved with either the eating of the sun or the apocalypse, and essentially trying to narrow down the pantheons to figure out which one it could be. Because obviously we're going to get Egyptian, but we'll probably get some other pings too, hopefully.
So, Egyptian is the main one you get, and you have to scroll through pages and pages about, Ra and
Apophis.
I forgot my own character's name, Apophis. My brain was like, anyway.
I understand. I'm going to have to keep track of 2 now.
Yeah.
So I'm not looking forward to it.
But you do find more. Gosh, my brain is like not working today. You do find more information, not big myths like not Apollo, like Apophis and Ra, but smaller myths. The one you find like second most often is that Apollo, who is one of the Egyptians, or oh gosh, there's so many words I have to say and deities to keep track of. One of the Greek sun gods had some bad snake related history, but more of a just a small quarrel as opposed to like ending the world.
Mm-hmm.
You also find more obviously on you find some on the Ouroboros, which is the snake biting his tail and basically enclosing the world in darkness as he is like surrounding the earth. And you find some less specific references to Jormungand, the Viking sea serpent, who also was fated to end the world, though you can't find much specifically with his relation to the sun.
Gotcha.
Just, I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't mention that. Sorry, go for it.
Oh, you also find some information on Mayan myths where a snake is depicted with the sun in its mouth, not necessarily to eat it, but like some say it's to eat it, some it's just like that's how the sun is. It's a ball that a snake has in its mouth. But yes, Masha.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yes, very sorry. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that there is a species of lizard called Ouroboros cataphractus, which is the armadillo lizard, which does bite its own tail into like the Ouroboros shape, and it is also like the cutest thing I've ever seen in my whole life. I'm trying to find a version of the picture that isn't about a guy trafficking the lizards for like the reptile trade.
Chat, let us know if you want a Masha Facts emote. And how much you would want to have that.
Lizard fact.
So I just shared an image of it into the Twitch chat.
Love
They are
him.
so stinking cute. It would not have sat with me if I hadn't mentioned how cute these little
Oh.
boys are.
It's King Dodongo from The Legend of Zelda. You throw a bomb in his mouth.
Masha facts. Coming up next. On the next wave of emotes.
We learned about poplar trees and armadillo lizards.
Well, the poplar trees was not from me. That was from Mars, and I was frantically taking notes as if I was going to be tested on it later.
Oh, you will.
Camembert cheese.
Stop saying cheese. I want cheese, and we still got 30 minutes before our break.
Then yes, I will relay the specific myths that I found to the group. And I'll say, we've got Greek, Norse, Mayan. What's the Ouroboros? Just general, I guess, maybe folklore, I'm not sure. Symbology, maybe?
It's attributed to both Greeks and Egyptians. The Egyptians kind of had the symbol, and then the Greeks assigned a meaning to it, basically.
Gotcha.
And also, but it was most commonly used by alchemists in the alchemy times. I don't.
Yeah, Teddy would know all about alchemy, so he relays that to the group as well. But yeah, I feel like Cassie said it first. The main idea could be Apollo. I think there I'm pretty sure there's a sun god in Norse mythology, or maybe like a spring kind of summer kind of guy. But
I forgot one more example of snakes in the sun.
yeah.
There's so many of them, and then I made a list, and then I was going through my. Anyway, Helios is also another Greek sun god who is commonly depicted with snakes because Greeks frequently depicted the rays of the sun as snakes. So again, it's not quite apocalyptic, but it is. Snakes and Helios are pictured together a lot.
And Teddy will relay that to the group as well. So now we've got... Well, technically, I don't think Apollo changed when they switched from Greek to Roman. So technically, Greek, Roman, Norse, Mayan, and alchemical symbology. Maybe this didn't narrow it down as much as I thought it would. But
I guess it gave options. Like, we knew it was just a divine magic. Now we know possibly it could be a lot of different divine magic.
Yeah. I'm still really hung up on this poplar tree branch. Dude, I don't know much about any kind of mythology. Is it I don't know, are they Greek?
I'm pretty, out of character. Saul, I'm pretty sure that a lot of Greek gods are also attributed with specific types of trees and plants.
Yes.
But I think, if we're just cross-referencing stuff, maybe Teddy could use one of his new moves that he has.
Okay.
Teddy took the move Net Friends.
Nice.
And so, he's very plugged in on LinkedIn.
I've got a Facebook group where we talk about facts and science.
And it says, when you contact a net friend to help you with a mystery, roll plus charm. On a 10 plus, they are available and helpful. On a 7 to 9, they're prepared to help, but it's either going to take some time or you're going to have to do a part of it yourself. On a miss, you burn some bridges. Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh,
Mars!
The one person who cannot leave.
they're back.
I love how the
Back.
first time my internet breaks in months, it's right before I'm being asked a question.
No, it's okay. So hold up. Do you think people on LinkedIn would be mad? Because I'm always getting asks to follow or connect if I use an actual LinkedIn name as a person's name. Or actually, no. You know what?
Just use it.
I would like
You
to
make it up.
I would like to. Teddy's gonna reach out to Elsa underscore 69420, 69420, to help him with the with whether or not poplar branches are attributed to specific gods in general, like within Greek or Norse or Roman mythology, because he knows that Elsa underscore 69420 is a mythology buff.
Well, lucky for you, Elsa underscore 69420 does recognize a.
Oh, do you want me to roll?
Oh, good point. Yes, please roll.
I was really excited for Elsa to know too, but maybe I just didn't. Oh, okay. Well, that's a 9 plus my charm, so that's a 10. So yeah, they.
Oh,
Okay. Well, I assume are like, which question are you asking? I guess, because that'll describe how I like phrase my.
Yeah, no worries. So I think specifically he's like, hey Elsa underscore 69420. It is it is good old Ted here, trying to find out whether or not there are any correlations between. I'm making it canon that every single time I search someone or I talk to someone, I had to do this with my arm. So I'm trying to figure out whether or not there are any specific Norse, Roman, or Greek gods, or any gods in general that are maybe associated with poplar branches or poplar trees. Could you help? TY, smiley face.
And Elsa underscore 69420 responds after a minute or so, a reasonable amount of time, which might just be them sitting on the other side of the computer, like, I can't respond too fast or they'll think I'm a nerd. And they say that one of the most common connections between mythology and poplar trees, at least in the zones, the mythologies you mentioned, is the Helidates, which are the daughters of Helios, and they are kind of trickster-y, but were punished by being turned into poplar trees after they helped their brother steal Helios's chariot. And
oh,
Oh no.
they're gone.
So I am the keeper now.
No.
We've got to believe.
So then Atticus Campbell walks in.
Actually, y'all,
And-
while we're waiting, y'all help me come up with a good online username for Teddy.
I liked good old Tex with a 3 by Cyber Ghost.
That is a good one. I also like maybe something about
Texas Lover.
not Texas Lover. I think it's gonna be more of like maybe the
Texas Grandpa.
the Lone Star Stash or something, or the Lone Star Man, or
Cyan Teddy.
One who feels like he would just put his full name.
that's
Try-
Like it would just be Theodore Ulysses Franklin.
Tri-tip Texas.
he would do Built Tough with TUF
Yeah.
because those are his initials.
and
that's like
pretty
Beautiful.
good.
Yeah, so Built Tough is his username for Online.
Okay. Welcome back.
I'm back. I don't know what's wrong with my internet, but I'll reset it during the break, so hopefully that'll stop happening to me.
No worries.
But
We got up.
I'm not sure.
They got turned into poplar trees after helping their brother steal Helios's chariot.
Yes, the brother wasn't able to pilot the chariot, crashed and died, and the sisters of him, or his sisters slash the daughters of Helios, were turned into poplar trees as punishment for helping him.
Gotcha. And they're called the Helidates?
Yes, that is Helidates.
Cool. Teddy will be like, thank you so much, Elsa underscore 69420. Stay safe. Let me know if you need anything. Drink some water. And then he's going to sign out. And
Also, drink water.
Also drink water.
yeah, Elsa, drink water. And he'll relay
Sorry.
Yeah, no,
You go first.
He'll just relay the information to the group and say, it seems like we were pretty close. Greek pantheon, Helios, seems to be the correlation here. Sun god, daughters were turned into poplar trees. We've got somebody.
Okay, so I think we've narrowed it down.
Certainly getting complicated because I was just getting used to Egyptian gods being a thing. I don't even know what pantheon my folks belong to. Now we've got Greek mythology. Does that mean I'm gonna have to like fight Zeus at some point?
I mean, if there was a god that needs to be in a fight or gets stomped on, probably Zeus, to be honest.
Are
You think I could take him in a fight?
Yeah,
Oh,
are
I
you gonna fight
definitely-
Zeus?
I definitely think Anne could take
You
Zeus in
could-
a fight.
Oh boy.
She
Well,
could
you know
sure
what?
try.
Have ye of little faith?
No, look,
Um,
I am literally like I would not get. I think out of any of us, the only person who has a chance to beat a god is probably Apophis. But even then, I feel like that's a tough fight.
I'm pretty
No.
sure you could just flirt with him and then get Hera mad at him, yeah?
That
is
seems
just-
like a bad scenario, though. That seems like you're going down a bad path.
I'd be worried about
With a
that
lot
one.
of guys who didn't deserve it, and let me tell you, it's never worth it. It's never worth it.
Yeah.
So,
Okay,
I'm
now that
gonna
we're done with
go
this.
try to talk to my superiors real quick. You guys can start game planning.
I forgot.
This is a mess. And I am going to roll my beginning of mystery move. I feel like the information I could get out of it would be best saved for later, but it does say at the beginning of each mystery, so I feel like I should just go for it now. I think Mars is actually frozen again.
Yeah, you may also want to just wait until Mars.
Yeah,
Yeah,
will
I
also
didn't
say
realize they were frozen.
This is
That's
the
my bad.
third move that Masha has for Anne that also
Oh,
throws her to keep
shush.
her.
Look, it's a beginning of mystery move.
It is,
Okay?
you're
Yeah,
right.
that's. I
Literally
mean, that's
says
you can't
at
get
the
on her
beginning
for
of
that.
each mystery. So you're welcome to come over here, fly to California, hop on a plane, fly to California, sit through a bunch of traffic, climb out, fist fight me. Fight me with your
Okay.
fists.
I will stream it for the stream.
Also, this is the size of a normal
Pay-per-view.
D6, and then this is my other D6. You can't even tell. One of them is significantly
Oh,
bigger. And I like jingling them in my hands because they're very heavy. Welcome back, Mars.
Hello.
I was talking for a while and didn't realize you were frozen.
I am not a big fan of this, but I heard. The thing is, the stream is working, so I can hear what you're saying. I just can't hear it through Discord. So I might try quitting out Discord during our break and trying to restart it. Which, speaking of, would we want to take it a little bit early? Because I
Yeah.
have a cool. I heard Anne mentioning her beginning of mystery move, and I have a cool thing planned for that, and I would like it if I wasn't freezing during it.
Right on.
All right. I want some cheese. So,
Cheese, cheese, cheese.
I think we will go ahead and just say we'll be back in the next 15 minutes or so. So that'll be like 8:45, or I'm sorry, not 8:45, 8:55. And we'll probably like be back on stream at 8:55, and then maybe start back up like closer to 9, something along those lines. So thank you everyone for sticking with us. We appreciate you, and we'll see you in 15 minutes. Go get some snacks.
I shall return.
My name is Dr. Alexander Rose, and as hard as it may be to believe, I am a vampire. Well, at least partly. I don't even truly remember how this came about. You see, I had a problem with certain controlled substances. I was a user. I also gave freely out of the pharmacy connected to my clinic. There were many that I shared with. All of this culminated with one night, one bite, and my life changed forever. I'm now hunting for my sire, the one who turned me into this, and for any knowledge on my unique condition, while trying to fix the life that I found myself in. I fight the urges. I work to try and make the world now a safer place for those like I once was, and for those like I am now. To prove my humanity remains, and that I'm more than monstrous.
My name is Anne Darelay, and it's lovely to meet you. For the bulk of my career, I've been a dating coach. This has been a bit contentious for my parents, who think that there are more respectable paths for me to take. What's important to me is that I'm helping people. That's not what got me to where I am now. One day, I stirred from a nap with a message from an unseen deity looping through my head. The apocalypse is coming, it said, and it is your duty to ensure it comes to pass. Something inside me had woken up. As silly as it sounds, I had powers. A year has passed, and I'm no closer to learning the origin of these powers, or bringing about the end of days at that, but I've still found a way to put them to good use. If you ask politely, I'll still give you tips on flirting with a beautiful stranger at the bar. But if they turn out to be a shapeshifter, then I'll be the one to take them out.
I am the head of Apophis, the Egyptian snake god prophesied to swallow the sun and bring about the end of the world. I was summoned from my slumber about 20 years ago by a group who didn't understand the weight of their actions, by a group that failed to acknowledge my power. And so I was split. I should have been risen as a horrifying, monstrous snake, large enough to swallow the sun, but instead I'm just the head of one. As I wondered, contemplating the life I now had before me, this form couldn't bring about the end of days, I began to appreciate the world around me and see what it had to offer. The apocalypse is my destiny, but I'm not sure it's the future I really want.
Yeah, I'll have the Zack attack, the pancake, and the possum milk, please. Thank you. Oh, jeez, I didn't see you there. Hold on, let's walk and talk. Anyway, my name is Chuck Duval, or you may know me by my old title, The Silencer. I was an assassin, hired killer type. Would take anyone out for the right price, really, but, you know, like anyone, I've made mistakes, broken promises, I've got deep regret and all that, but not much time left to, stand around moping. But I'm trying to move on, be better, and who knows, maybe I can silence a few no-good lowlives on my way out. Oh, dang, they forgot my pancake.
1 second, folks. Recalibrating the sonic rifle. Almost there. Hot damn! Oh, shit. Oh, I apologize. Let me introduce myself. My name is Theodore Ulysses Franklin. You can call me Teddy. Born in good old San Antonio, Texas, back in 1959. My mama was Mexican, my daddy a cow rancher, and sí, hablo español. After graduating from MIT with various degrees, I delved into some of the fringe sciences. There, I discovered the existence of the supernatural, and I realized my purpose: researching the unexplained and protecting normal folks from the terrors in the dark. My savings went into building Old Tex, my mobile base of operations, out of the scraps of a 442 Atlantic steam locomotive. Old Tex and I travel across the country, fighting monsters, protecting people, and riding the rails.
My name is Dr. Alexander Rose, and as hard as it may be to believe, I am a vampire. Well, at least partly. I don't even truly remember how this came about. You see, I had a problem with certain controlled substances. I was a user. I also gave freely out at the pharmacy connected to my clinic. There were many that I shared with. All of this culminated with one night, one bite, and my life changed forever. I'm now hunting for my sire, the one who turned me into this, and for any knowledge on my unique condition while trying to fix the life that I found myself in. I fight the urges. I work to try and make the world now a safer place for those like I once was, and for those like I am now. To prove my humanity remains, and that I'm more than monstrous.
My name is Anne Darelay, and it's lovely to meet you. For the bulk of my career, I've been a dating coach. This has been a bit contentious for my parents, who think that there are more respectable paths for me to take. What's important to me is that I'm helping people. That's not what got me to where I am now. One day, I stirred from a nap with a message from an unseen deity looping through my head. The apocalypse is coming, it said, and it is your duty to ensure it comes to pass. Something inside me had woken up. As silly as it sounds, I had powers. A year has passed, and I'm no closer to learning the origin of these powers, or bringing about the end of days at that, but I've still found a way to put them to good use. If you ask politely, I'll still give you tips on flirting with a beautiful stranger at the bar. But if they turn out to be a shapeshifter, then I'll be the one to take them out.
I am the head of Apophis, the Egyptian snake god prophesied to swallow the sun and bring about the end of the world. I was summoned from my slumber about 20 years ago by a group who didn't understand the weight of their actions, by a group that failed to acknowledge my power. And so I was split. I should have been risen as a horrifying, monstrous snake, large enough to swallow the sun, but instead I'm just the head of one. As I wondered, contemplating the life I now had before me, this form couldn't bring her about the end of days, I began to appreciate the world around me and see what it had to offer. The apocalypse is my destiny, but I'm not sure it's the future I really want.
Yeah, I'll have the Zack attack, the pancake, and the possum milk, please. Thank you. Oh, jeez. I didn't see you there. Hold on. Let's walk and talk. Anyway, my name is Chuck Duval, or you may know me by my old title, The Silencer. I was an assassin, hired killer type. Would take anyone out for the right price, really, but, you know, like anyone, I've made mistakes, broken promises, I've got deep regret and all that, but not much time left to stand around moping. But I'm trying to move on, be better, and who knows, maybe I can silence a few no good lowlives on my way out. Oh dang, they forgot my pancake.
1 second, folks. Recalibrating the sonic rifle. Almost there. Hot damn! Oh, shit. Oh, I apologize. Let me introduce myself. My name is Theodore Ulysses Franklin. You can call me Teddy. Born in good old San Antonio, Texas, back in 1959. My mama was Mexican, my daddy a cow rancher, and sí, hablo español. After graduating from MIT with various degrees, I delved into some of the fringe sciences. There, I discovered the existence of the supernatural, and I realized my purpose. researching the unexplained and protecting normal folks from the terrors in the dark. My savings went into building Old Tex, my mobile base of operations, out of the scraps of a 442 Atlantic steam locomotive. Old Tex and I travel across the country, fighting monsters, protecting people, and riding the rails.
Are we live?
Yes, we are live.
We are live.
Snack check?
I have gummy dinosaurs.
That's amazing. Can I see them?
You can see them once I actually open them because they
Oh.
have not been opened because I was trying to fix Groovy.
That's fair.
Swedish fish.
Pistachios.
Well, I had cheese, but it's
It's gone.
there wasn't much in
Wow.
it. Like
Where'd it
just a note. It was not a full. 8
who
ounces.
stole your cheese.
One of humankind's most fabulous pleasures is eating shredded cheese out the bag. Truly.
You
Oh, yeah.
are right.
This was cubed.
I don't buy shredded cheese anymore because I prefer to shred my own cheese. But let me tell
okay.
you, oh, those are such good gummy dinos. That's amazing.
They are.
They're beautiful.
I'm pretty sure
Um,
there's not pterosaurs.
My snack check is like the weirdest charcuterie ever. I don't think it'll register on camera. It's cut up mini cucumbers, hard-boiled eggs, salami, and Swiss cheese.
Okay, legit. That sounds amazing though.
And
Like,
tangerines.
I'm not the biggest fan of raw tangerine, but like,
Mandarins, sorry. If that changes anything.
most citrusy fruits I like with something else. Like, I'm not saying I don't
was-
like them, but
Just like our breaks are not long enough for me to like cook food. And usually I don't have anything. Like usually Trevor makes dinner for himself a little bit later. Hence why one time he just like walked in with a big bowl of rice for me. So I've got whatever the heck is happening on my plate right now. The crunchiest food that I own. Mini cucumbers.
Fun dinner / food making fact. While I was making dinner today, I got a splinter on an onion.
How?
You know the like hard top, hard root zone of the onion? I somehow got a splinter on it, and the tweezers I have suck, so I couldn't get it out. So now my finger just hurts.
I am so sorry. You can use a credit card sometimes to like push the splinter out.
Yeah, I tried, but I think because it's weird shaped, because it's from an onion,
So you're just leaving it in there?
it'll come out.
It'll come out. Your body
Yeah.
doesn't like keeping things that's not good for it, you know? Like your body will eventually push stuff like that out.
Yeah. Once I had a 2-inch splinter in my nose when I was a baby.
Oh.
So,
How?
I don't know.
Ah.
It was from like a plant, and I had it in my nose for like 2 months or something until my doctor was like, "What's this?" Just pulled it out. And my parents were like, what, huh? So-
That reminds me of a story my friend told me once. This was not me. Where she was a toddler and she was taking a bath. And her mom had left her razor out, like to shave her legs and stuff. And she thought it was a lollipop because it had kind of that shape. And so she shaved off all of her taste buds. And she couldn't taste anything for like however many months. Yeah, really sorry to share that while we're all on snack break. I'm so sorry.
Quietly
It's-
eats pistachios.
Oh
so
no, I froze Mars.
so I want to say the funniest thing is that like right now I have like y'all's webcam like up in the corner of Discord, and it's kind of because I'm trying to locate something, and it goes from Masha making the comment, and then with no sound at all coming from his side, it just cuts to Chris's face going. and I have to say I approved.
I am Pagliacci, the sad clown.
Hello, I'm funny comedian. I will now make a poster of myself as a sad clown because I am funny comedian.
Welcome back, Mars.
I want to say
Back.
I like this track. It's a good one.
Mm.
A good track.
I've also determined the problem is with Discord, because the whole time I am gone, I can hear what everyone's saying on stream, and no one else in my house is having internet problems. So that's really fun.
Interesting.
Discord, fix your shit. Damn,
Yep.
that's $2.
That's $1,
You
baby.
just keep doing it.
That's
I don't.
$2.
I feel like I've done
I've only got 2
surprisingly
for
well.
today, and one of them was just me mouthing a word, not actually saying it. So
What word?
don't worry about it. I mean, you like to know.
I've explained this phenomenon to y'all before. I used to work at a children's museum, and so I could not curse at all throughout the entire day. And so now that I no longer work at that museum, it is a lot harder to keep that up when I don't have to.
Yeah, I have too many conversations with like youngins still, and like parents where I have to be very professional.
Yeah.
So I'm very good at turning off sailor mouth Masha.
I'm just not a heathen like the rest of you, so like it's
Unless you're an owl.
Unless your alter ego comes out in the
I
form
mean,
of a potty-mouthed
listen,
owl.
man.
Murderous potty-mouthed owl.
But yeah, I just wanted to explain. Yes, good. Eric, if you're on stream, please read the book. Read the book, please.
I
I've
still
not
need
read
to read
it.
too.
No,
Masha.
Eric has not
But
read it.
what a
Eric.
curse to place onto someone though, because it's like after you get into the lightning thief, then you have to read like what, like how many, like 6 of the original Percy Jackson books.
I've only read those so far.
Yeah,
I
Then
still
you have to go
Yeah,
into the Heroes of
You
Olympus.
do not have to go into Heroes of Olympus. It's an interesting add-on to the story, but there are 5. It is
I don't
the
know.
original series is just 5 books.
Was it called? The House of Tartarus or whatever
House of
was it? I don't.
Hades.
House of Hades
that is Heroes of
such a
Olympus.
good book.
It is extremely so.
I would say the whole Mars is frozen again.
I know.
Forever raising their hand. What a cruel fate.
Or perhaps
For
correcting that it's 5.
for always.
Not-
Hey Mars,
not
who's
too-
the best person in the world? Yeah.
Yay! But what a sad fate for someone to always be left hanging. Like, we can never high five.
Explain?
Mars, please come back and join me in info dumping Percy Jackson. But it's really good. I would definitely recommend it for those who have not read it yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm back.
I feel
again.
like we have to take it while it comes. Like while Mars's Discord is being functional, we should play the game. that
Yes.
we should
Yeah.
play.
if
Okay.
it keeps getting bad, I'll set it up on my iPad and I'll try and do it through there, because sometimes that works better, because it could be like my computer's having trouble with Discord, but I will deal with things as they come, I guess. But yeah.
All right, so we're jumping back in.
Sounds good to me.
Let me raise up the music a bit.
Masha, I believe you were going to, or Masha/Anne, I believe you were going to do something.
Yes. Now that we have kind of gotten to the bottom of what pantheon we're dealing with here, I think Anne is going to try to reach her superiors, which, if I remember correctly, happens in the form of her, like, texting them on her phone, like, just, like, texting to nobody and, like, hoping for a response. So I think that she's going to potentially step out of the room while everybody's discussing everything else, to have a little bit of privacy and hopefully roll well. That is plus weird. That is a 5 plus 2 is 7 plus 2 is 9. I rolled a 9.
Which I believe gives you...
My superiors ask me to do something complicated or difficult, but I still get to ask them one of the questions from the investigate a mystery move.
All right.
You're just asking those questions left and right.
We're running out. We're running out of questions.
Yeah.
So you walk to another room in Violet's clinic, which you all have taken over, I guess. And you send out your probably weekly at this point text to nobody. And as you are waiting for a response, you blink. But instead of closing your eyes and opening them and being in the same place as blinks normally go, you blink away from the clinic. You are instead in a completely new area, not the realm in which you met the brain fart
Horse.
Tribunal?
tribunal. Yes, I'm writing it down so that I stop brain farting it.
Saul, did you say horse?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
the
horse
secretary.
before.
His name's Jeff, right? Or is that
Jeff the horse.
Yeah.
he's the secretary? I mean, you're Swedish fish.
So you are not in that room at all. Instead, you are in some sort of Greek temple. You don't know much about Greek architecture, but you can recognize you recognize the columns and the decorations and stuff. And in front of you there is a man who is kind of shifting, you would describe his appearance. He is on the younger side of things and has golden / bronze, almost reddish hair. It feels like every time you look at it to try and describe its color, it changes slightly. And he has a smile that both literally and metaphorically lights up the room that you are in. He is flanked on his sides by two flaming horses on each side, and he is wearing a golden chiton, which is sort of like a toga but fancier, with elements of purple and gold rimming the bottom. You look at him, and it's like looking at a statue that is looking right back at you. He doesn't move or react to your presence at all at first. And he doesn't react at all until red light comes swirling in, almost tendril-like. One might describe it as snake-like, from the edges of the room of this temple. It floods straight into him. He doesn't move from his stance, but his eyes change as you can see him, he is clearly in pain. The red light seeps into him, and his smiling glow changes from a bright white to a menacing red as he finally opens his mouth to speak and says, so he says to you, "And Darrelay, I presume."
Oh boy, this is never gonna get any easier, is it? This meeting, big ol'... Yes, hi, I'm Anne, and you might be...
Helios, and I apologize for hijacking your transmission, I suppose. But when you contacted your tribunal, I saw my chance to reach out to you. I have a task for you, Anne. A task that I believe is in line with your destiny.
What do you know of my destiny?
I know that you are a part of the destiny of Ra. You are... It is... I don't want to say painted on you, because that doesn't make any sense, but anyone with knowledge of the sun gods can tell that you are important to our future, and your connection with the snake tells me exactly what I need to know.
Okay. What is it then that you want me to do?
And Darrelly, I have taken Apophis to the Elapids, and I need you to return. I am a god, but that doesn't mean I am flawless. I have made a mistake. I have taken him to the wrong group that is supposed to raise him. I am not the only sun god, neither is Ra. And I was hasty, and I wanted too much power. So I figured by having the snake swallow my comrade, I would gain more power. But I have seen the reaction of the Elapid, and they are not ready. You have to get Apophis back from them. And I need you to cause as much damage as you can in the process. They have to be scattered so that they cannot reform immediately, because the destiny of the sun is not as pressing as I thought just last night.
You are telling me that you came in the middle of the night, you stole my friend from a peaceful slumber, and delivered them directly to the people who want them dead.
Well, I mean, sort of. I was hoping that they would work with me to reform the snake. But they have not been as cooperative as I expected, so I have gone behind their backs, I suppose, to reach out to someone who has the same goals as I do.
Thank you, Goblin Cave TV, for the raid.
Yes, thank you,
Thank
Goblin.
you,
King.
Goblin.
Oh, hello. I'm not watching the chat because I'm invested here.
Raid.
Thank you,
Welcome.
Goblin Cave TV, for the raid.
Right now, we are talking to the sun god Helios.
Yeah.
And
Let's see what Anderle, our local member, will do.
Quick, everyone in from our chat, give them big ZDs.
Yes,
Big
ZDs.
ZDs.
Spam it.
Oh yeah.
Big ZDs, we love
I'm-
it. I
I'm
don't
on it.
understand.
They won't understand, but we'll give it to them anyway.
It's a
they're
possum
giving
that
them
says
their
big
goblin.
ZDs.
Oh man, I want a sub just for the goblin emoji.
Goblins are great. Like, let's
I
be
love
real.
goblins. There's a band out there called Necro Goblicon. And they're very good.
Masha facts.
Yeah, and this is a good.
I feel like there's just every type of combination with Necronomicon has been taken at some.
It's true.
Hello, I am Necro, not gone. Oops.
Okay.
Don't even know what's going on.
So
That makes two of us.
So this is a very uncomfortable situation that you've put me in. You are asking me to fix a problem that you created. What do I get out of this besides my friend back, who should never have been taken in the first place?
I believe you normally contact your superiors at the beginning of an adventure anyway. I can answer any question that you might have. And I also am not going to harm you.
How kind.
Oh boy, well.
Go ahead,
As
Masha.
long as
Spit in
you-
a god's eye.
Pardon?
Spit in a god's eye. See what happens.
Oh no. Ugh. Ugh.
Not literally.
Well, my tribunal is the one that gave me the powers that I have. So, despite the fact that they don't always answer my call, I know that I got something out of them. I'm just having a really hard time wrapping my brain around this. And I don't know if you're familiar, but I just spent a week inside my friend's head where I wasn't sure if he would live or die, so you have to excuse me for being a little bit crass. My question to you is, where are these Elapids? And, I don't know, can you take me and my 5 friends there? So that we don't have to, rent an Uber like we did that one time? Unless it's a party limit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And-
unless it's Jean.
Gene.
It better be Gene. We're still in
Better be
the area. We are still.
I mean, we are still in the area. Will he drive us cross country?
Mars would just have to do the senile old man voice.
Yeah, who needs a train? Like, I don't think we need to replace a train.
You just gotta
train.
I think your lips over your teeth and just kind of talk that way.
I think we need Gene. We don't need new techs. Just Gene.
Yeah.
So, anyways, back to the actual scene. Yeah.
And Helios looks at you and says, I am the driver of the Chariot of the Sun. I can't lend you that car, but I can provide you with a driver. And I will pay him, I guess. I have a little bit of influence in the city you are currently located in. So I believe I can get you a driver on demand.
Are you gonna come with us?
And he lets out a very loud laugh and says, I do not have a anchor to earth like your friend Apophis. I cannot come with you, but I can offer you some of my power if you think it would aid you in your quest.
Take it and beat up Zeus.
Don't
I
beat
mean-
up Zeus with my power, please. He'll get mad.
That's what
Soul's just
fine.
gonna twist this mystery into an excuse for us to find Zeus and beat him up.
That'll be my mystery. That'll be catch us in 4 weeks where we fight God.
What if Gene is Zeus? Just say it.
Oh no.
How dare you?
He's
twist my
a
beautiful
wily old
angel
man.
into-
He's a wily
into
old
that
man.
Terrible.
Well, Zeus is well known for like changing form into like random things that people are very attracted to, and Gene was really a
And
stunner,
I am very attracted to Gene.
Well, Helios, I feel like my tribunal might be upset that you've co-opted their message. However, that's their beef with you, not with me. What kind of power are we talking here?
The power. I am a god of the sun and of sight. And neither of those are. And also of oath, but that is not important as for right now. Neither of those are particularly helpful in your scenario, I suppose. So I will give you a choice. I can offer you either more the power to cause great damage, or I can offer you the power to blind your enemies. And I apologize, but it will only last while you are doing this favor for me.
Damage, I think.
And one of his flaming horses comes up to you and like its muzzle kind of down in front of you for you to like touch. And as you do, you gain you feel more powerful. So all of your all of your weapons will do one more like +1 damage specifically against the Elapids.
Well, this has been probably my least traumatizing interaction with some kind of higher being so far. So I appreciate you being cordial with me. But I think it might be time for me to head back to my friends. And I guess we'll wait outside for our driver?
That is assessment. I suppose I should also direct you where to go. And while I can't give you specifications, I can tell you, mostly because they are hidden even from me, but I can tell you where I dropped your friend off last night.
That's a start.
And he looks down and says, I left your friend in the... I'm not sure I would call them capable, or like, tormenting hands of the Lapids at a bar not far from where you are now, called the Python. I know it's a bit on the nose for them, which is, I suppose, why we met up there, because I am fairly confident that it's not where they're stationed, more just a funny hangout spot. But
Oh boy. Okay. Well, thank you for being honest.
thank you for fixing my mistakes, and Arale. I hope we are able to come in contact again soon.
I'll have my people call your people.
And the god laughs again at that. And you finish your blink and open your eyes, and you are right in Violet's clinic again. And the last thing you saw was a smiling Helios awash in red light as you flipped back into reality.
I do have a question, and I know that the rules of this were kind of iffy. With my suspicious mind, did I feel at any point that Helios was lying to me? You know, just the Greek god of the sun or whatever. Is he lying to me? Just... Oh.
It is harder to tell with creatures of more power who is lying to you, and who is not.
Mhm.
But as far as you can tell, he was being honest about the location he brought Apophis. He actually feels like he has messed up. He was honest about most things. There were some things where you were like, that's a bit... I'm not entirely sure. Like, that's a bit fuzzy, where I can't tell if that's true or not. But most things you felt pretty sure were he was being honest.
Okay. Okay.
And yeah, so that's how I usually like my eggs, but
Well, I make them scrambled.
and that's okay. They're pretty good.
Guys,
Yeah.
Oh well.
guys,
I don't like that.
Hello. Do you want the eggs or not? I literally
yes. I
Thank
want
you.
the eggs. Chuck, you know how I like them.
scramble.
Let me...
You
Yep.
start scrambling the eggs.
I love them. I love eggs.
I'm scrambling some eggs in the morning. Like you've done this to me. Maybe even after the stream. I don't know. We'll find out.
So, guys, you know how sometimes I interact with my superior, or more so they interact with me when they feel like it? This time, I'm pretty sure I met Helios himself.
Is Helios your boss?
No, he explicitly told me that he co-opted my attempt to interact with my superiors, and wouldn't you know, what we thought was right, he's the one who took our beautiful friend Poppy, but doesn't have Poppy anymore, because, wouldn't you know, what's the worst thing that could happen to Apophis right now? Like, who do we not want to have
Die.
Apophis right now?
Ra.
Oh, Rob.
Oh, well, okay, not that bad.
Apophis decides to eat the sun
Okay, all right. We
and
shouldn't
is
play
now
this game.
taking NASA hostage and is launching themselves into space to eat the sun.
That one weird foot guy.
Spoilers.
That one weird foot guy.
Did they take him
Cassie,
to
I'm
the
so
elephants?
sorry. He was so gross. No. Ugh.
Did you know the weird foot guy, Cassie? Like, did you? Oh, because you were watching us.
Yeah, I
Okay.
was. That was actually the first thing that happened after I came conscious. So that was weird. Yeah, that was.
very interesting.
You
Yeah.
keep your mouth shut about what happened to him. You hear me?
Oh, you never
We don't
saw
know
nothing.
if he's alive or dead, and we're gonna
You're-
keep it that way.
Your lipstick locked. Or
So,
else.
guys,
So what's the news, Anne?
Kids, friends, companions, buddies. All right.
Hello.
Helios took Apophis and gave Apophis to the Elapids. Okay, come on. And then came to me saying, "Oops, I goofed it. Hey, Anne, can you fix it?" So I've been instructed by Helios to go find the Elapids and take Apophis back. And I've also been instructed to do as much damage to the Elapids as possible. Now, I don't really feel comfortable saying no to a god. I got a little extra juice from him, but oh boy, is this a goofed up situation. Also, we're gonna go to a bar called the Python. And apparently Helios is somehow gonna secure a ride for us.
Is that
We can't
nearby?
take his dope chariot.
Is that
But-
that? Is that that special bar?
No. After Teddy took off his belt and put it in his mouth, I'm tired of things.
I'm
like this.
just. Listen. I'm just asking the questions. You know.
I googled the Python bar. How far is it?
Say it, Mars. Say it.
It's like 20 minutes away.
What kind of
Okay,
bar
good.
is it? You know how it said like a little description pops up right
Yeah.
underneath it?
Like what kind of bar?
Yeah, Mars. What kind of bar?
You know, it's
What
a
kind of
snake-themed bar.
Oh, okay.
a snake-themed bar? Now, are we talking about a snake-themed bar or a snake-themed bar?
No ASMR, please.
It is a snake-themed bar.
Okay.
Okay.
More specifically, it seems to be like reptile in general theme.
Oh, okay.
Their mascot is like a burned picture of an alligator, which
Very interesting branding.
Yeah.
Pretty
You
sure
are-
that-
Because just
a little
an
bit-
alligator sign with Python under it.
yeah, but they seem to have maybe gotten their reptile geniuses confused because most of their indoor decor that you can see is like alligator themed and like cool other big reptile themed. Not a
This is what
snake
happens
decoration.
when hipsters design a bar and just
Yeah,
kinda, like,
basically.
pick a cool name but don't really do the research.
Elsa.
Yeah, so I guess we
Elsa.
be expecting a ride sometime soon, so get ready. And they might not be at that bar anymore, but that's as good a place to start as any.
Wait, Anne, I'm sorry.
Y'all, I have met quite a number of gods at this point, and while Helios was the least confusing, I'm starting to think they're not all they're cracked up to be, and it's really frustrating. Because, like,
Yeah.
I didn't even know gods existed until a couple months ago, and apparently all of them are just goofballs.
Well,
Yeah.
what you need to realize is like usually these like divine or like like somewhat immortal beings, that
Hey,
like there's a paradox to the way like people perceive them, and so they've never lived a life of normal people, but they're still like you can like when you're talking to them you can really just like think to yourself like they're not too different from us in the sense that they make mistakes.
And you have experience with talking to gods on the regular, Chuck?
No, not gods.
well, it was Apophis? Like,
Apophis is a god technically.
god?
Yes, that is also true. We do technically have a god in our team. Again, brought this up during the being stuck in Alex's head. We do kind of need a name. I'm just saying, like, I started calling myself
We really shouldn't choose a name unless all of us are here.
Well, I'm just saying because, like, like I chose the silencer just because I wanted to like hide my identity, so people didn't like know who I was.
What about the pythons?
The pythons.
Yeah, that's
I
not.
think
That's
that
not
name's
gonna.
already
I don't think.
taken.
Yeah, I
We'll
don't
put
think
that
that's
on the
gonna go.
chalkboard. We'll put that on the chalkboard. We'll put that on the chalkboard that's in old text. Oh wait, okay, let's go.
I mean,
I wasn't gonna say anything about you choosing the silencer because you saw it on the back of a muffler, but that's fine.
No, come on. No, there's a whole other. No, let's not talk about me.
Okay.
You.
So, Anne, question. Just a bit of a logic explanation. So Helios took Apophis, gave him to the Elapids, and now wants us to get Apophis back. Why?
Yeah. Because for some reason he can't do. Oh, right. Sorry, left this part out. Look, it's just it's exhausting to be shunted back and forth between these things. I really have to learn how to stale myself against it. Helios thought that they would all be working together, that the Elapids would help get rid of one sun god, so that there would be one fewer sun god, and thus Helios himself would have more power. Turns out, A, the Elapids aren't ready for that yet, and B, maybe not quite how that works. So now, Helios is going behind the backs of the Elapids and asking us to, why? I don't know why he couldn't do it. I didn't think to ask. You gotta understand that, like, being face to face with a beautiful haired god who has horses that he lets you pet is kind of distracting.
Well, I guess, technically the Elapids were strong enough to somehow, like, figure out how to summon Apophis.
And apparently they're not the group that was supposed to do it. So someone write that down, because I don't know who was supposed to do it, but apparently it wasn't them.
Oh, okay. Either way, so, like, we know they are somewhat connected to Apophis being on the planet, so they probably have some magic on the scale enough to affect gods. So it might not be.
Book.
They do have the book, so they could just be using magic to keep Helios away. Would be my guess. Because if he could just do it himself, I feel like it's a little ridiculous to ask us to do it.
I mean, we were going to do it anyway, right? They took Apophis as our friend.
We just have a lead now, at the very least.
Yeah, screw the gods and what they want us to do. We're going to do it.
So we're heading to the Python?
Yeah, like I said, apparently Helios is hooking us up with some kind of ride. Didn't specify what it was.
Hope I
I'm
get
sure
to
it'll be
ride a
faster than the
motorcycle this
bus.
time.
And with that, Violet, who is up front in the clinic, calls for Alex. And
Yeah,
says,
coming.
there's I don't remember Violet's voice, but there's someone here for you. I think maybe to pick you up to go somewhere. It's you might want to come out and see it.
I think I'll ride these.
A little more annoyed and tired, like a doctor.
Hey,
Tell me I'm wrong.
I'm too tired.
And annoyed.
Well, I am annoyed now. All right,
Nice.
and Alex is gonna go to the front, and Cassie's gonna stalk after him.
And you walk out front and you see Gene in the waiting room. And he
We got him.
looks at you and says, I didn't know you,
Nailed it.
wanted to hire me again, but I'm glad I have this opportunity to show you all my new ride. And he gestures out the front doors of the clinics, and it's his same ride. It's maybe a newer model, but it is still a hot pink limousine. But this time on the side, in flaming letters, are painted the words "The Chariot."
Nice.
Hey,
I love
and
Gene.
your chariot awaits.
Yeah, I just make sure I have all my weapons and I, kind of speed walk out the door and. Come on, guys. Now or never, let's go.
Agreed.
Teddy, you ready to use that arm? For
I mean, I don't
punching?
unless my sonic rifle also fell out of Alex's head too, yeah, I'm gonna be using this arm.
Oh yeah,
I mean-
like, your regular equipment is still is there. You can have your regular equipment.
Every now and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
we
Like,
hear.
I'm assuming Teddy still has Teddy probably had Chuck go get him like a revolver at some point from the Bass Pro Shop, but the sonic rifle was like a custom thing that was probably destroyed in the train. So
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. I just imagine Alex like turning his head and we hear a clanging and we're like, I don't know what's going on in there.
well,
Like,
he
fell out of his
turns it and like steam shoots out of one ear, and you hear the sound of a train.
Technically, Prototext is still in there.
My boy. But yeah, I think Teddy just kind of like rotates his arm a little bit, and follows Anne. I should also say that Teddy also technically still also does not have his hat. His hair's kind of like tied up into kind of like a messy bun in the back, but he's still no cowboy hat.
Someone get this man his hat back.
Yeah,
Well, I have
and
bad
he's
news. We're not gonna get his hat back.
gonna- Get him a similar hat, If no one is faster than Anne is definitely gonna get him like a bejeweled baseball cap.
And technically, you're acting as if you look at Teddy's outfit. You have the sense that he would probably have multiple pairs of it, but he
We're in
hasn't.
the train.
He hasn't earned the right to go back to them. If that makes any sense.
Oh,
Yeah,
I gotcha.
we'll leave that as
Interesting.
that.
Okay, I'm heading to the car. I'm like, hey, old man, what's going on?
Hello, other old man.
Okay, yeah, okay.
What are you
Hi.
expecting, Chuck?
Well, he called
Hello.
me youngster last time, and that made me feel nice.
You want me to call you youngster, son? I can do that.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, let's go
Son.
inside. Let's. No, don't call me son.
Interesting
Anyway,
turn
let's
of
get-
events.
Kyle.
Chuck is vain.
Anyway, let's get into the car, guys.
I'm already in the car.
Same.
So you pile into Jean's wonderful chariot.
Yes, I think Teddy's going to kind of saddle up to the front, and he's going to say, "Mighty kind of you to take us to where we gotta go. I don't think I heard about you. You're Jean."
I'm Jean. Yep. I'm taxi limo pink limo driver who may have decided to quit his job after receiving quite the large sum of money from y'all, so I really appreciate that.
Oh, well, I'm glad we could facilitate that. I'm glad that you're freelancing now. You know, getting out from the corporate thumb. That's always a good. It's always a good thing.
Yep, call me anytime you need. I'm forever in debt to you both. I have been freed from the daily grind.
And with enough time to probably retire too.
Maybe.
It's canon now. Jean is at our beck and call.
Yep.
So amped.
So, there any drinks in the limo?
There's like soda and other limo drinks. I don't know
Yeah.
what's in a limo.
Alcohol.
Is there
Champagne.
Champagne.
There's champagne.
pink lemonade?
There can be,
Get it?
because the car's pink.
Pink lemonade?
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm so glad that everyone could join us for our last episode on air. We are
Bye.
disbanding now. We are so sorry. Please don't sue us.
And Masha has left. And I respect her.
I'm back.
I did it.
Take away his
Hey.
second character.
You fools! You fools! I'm back!
Wait, no, don't do that, because then it's a lot of work to change the overlay back. And
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And we've already paid for the art. I just want.
it's true.
Yeah, I paid for half that art. I expect a refund for that.
Oh man. Oh yes. Oh my god.
Oh,
What, like 3 hours in, our amazing art is made by Patrick Costa. It's at
Yep.
PC Inc. _ on Instagram and Twitter. It's like all over here. Dustin has 2 pictures to point to. But yes, they're fantastic. They have commissions open right now. Please go check them out at PC Inc. _ Instagram, Twitter.
Do it!
very cool. That's our ad break.
Yes.
Also,
Right back after these messages. Okay, now we're back.
yeah, now we're back. So you've all piled into the limo playing its classic tunes, and Jean says, where do y'all want to go?
There's a bar called the Python, I think. And I think we're supposed to start there, but we might go somewhere else after.
I can drive you to the Python. Let me remember where that is. And he like
Do you need like the map app?
I pride myself on not relying on technology,
Well, you know,
except for my car, which I used to drive. So I know this town like all the wrinkles on the back of my hand, and he shows you the back of his hand, and it looks suspiciously like a map of Memphis. But it is also it's just wrinkles. He's just very, very wrinkled.
Gene is the chosen one.
Gene may or may not be a cryptid. TBD.
Yeah.
The
My next mystery.
the chariot of Memphis.
Yep.
He's part of him.
And he
I think
takes you.
I think Teddy will be like, "Oh, you know, I have the same thing," and holds up his robot arm and shows the Google Maps that's like displaying on on the back of his robot hand.
And Gene kind of scowls at you, but in a you paid me a lot of money to be here way, and B, I understand you are trying to make a joke, but I do not appreciate the joke you are trying to make. I'm a very old man who prides himself on not using technology, so your technology arm offends me personally.
Shotgun.
Yeah, I think Teddy's just gonna.
Someone say shotgun.
God. Teddy's going to just take the failure of a joke and sidle back to Anne.
You'll get him next time, Teddy. You'll get him next time.
You know, I think it's just next time.
You know
I
what?
guess, maybe
You know what?
maybe next time you can lend a hand.
You know what you should have said?
Teddy?
You should have asked if he had any pink lemonade.
Why?
People love that joke.
Alex?
Because it's a pink limo, and there's like...
Oh, I got you. That's pretty good.
Thanks.
I'm so tired, you guys.
Limousine! Sorry.
I think that Anne pops the nearest bottle of champagne and just takes like a big hearty glug of it. But not so fast as like when you swig a big carbonated bottle that it like does the thing, you know?
Drink responsibly.
Anne's had a lot of champagne, probably, in her life. Lots of brunches.
She probably gets invited to a lot of weddings.
Yeah, she's a dating coach.
Yeah.
Mhm. Anne has a lot of dresses. It's been a long time since she's worn one though, because you can't really.
Yeah.
You can fight in a dress, but it's just like a.
Well,
lot
you know what
harder,
this means,
you know?
right? Like she and Cassie are gonna have to go out for a night on the town. Just,
Yeah.
Yeah.
When was the last time
My
Anne was
God.
like at her apartment? I guess, or like
I
wherever she
I don't
lived.
know. I kind of assume that Anne like owns her own condo, you know?
Nice.
and probably has been like renting it out to friends while she's been on the road and just been like, ah yes, a client has flown me out to a different part of the States. See you. Maybe never. Bye.
Why are you getting on a train? The train's taking me to the plane. Bye.
I've heard that trains are the newest romantic mode of transportation. Bye. You know, it's old school romance. You something about the passing of the countryside as you sit in a I'm gonna stop talking. Can you guys tell I'm not actually a dating coach? Hello.
Ugh.
couldn't tell.
So how long does it take for us to get to the Python, I guess?
Takes like 15 minutes, maybe closer to 12. Gene is not the most safe driver. He is a little bit reckless and a little bit fast, but that
As
is
he was.
convenient when you need to go somewhere.
Cool. I think Teddy's just gonna thank him and then get out of the car and take a look. Is it like we never really? I don't think we established like what day of the week it was. But is it popping? Like, is it hopping? Is it locking?
It's like a Thursday afternoon, so I am assuming not very popular, but I also do not frequent bars because I am 19.
Yeah, I was gonna say, really? The 19-year-old doesn't frequent bars?
Maybe there's some day drinkers in there or something, but it's not like a Friday night, you know.
No, it is not. It is not
Always one
particularly.
grandpa.
Like maybe
I'm that grandpa.
I think this bar offers like a like a brunch menu, like a late brunch menu where it's like mostly sandwiches, but we'll put like waffles on there to make people who have breakfast at or have breakfast at like 1 in the afternoon feel better about themselves type of brunch menu. So
now, is this the type of bar that just has great food for literally no reason? Like they shouldn't, because there are like, as the designated driver, I've been to bars and there are some where they don't care what they cook because they know that most people who are eating it are just going to be plastered and it doesn't matter what it tastes like. And there's some that is like the best food I've ever had in my life. And so I just need to know, is this good food or not? Because Cassie's going to.
From what you see,
so much food.
From what you see as you walk into the bar, it looks like about a 50-50. Oddly enough, they're like kind of thrown on breakfast items look very good. Like it looks like they've got some really good like chicken and waffles. Is that a breakfast food? I don't know.
Brunch.
Oh.
Actually.
And like their eggs look really good. And then you look at like their salads and their burger and it's like
Someone say eggs.
That looks
Like-
wilted and bad.
Like, you have to remember that Cassie, died. Like, let's not forget that. And so she's not eaten anything since then. But also, she was trapped inside of Alex, who literally can't eat regular food. And so she is just living life right now. Like, you buy her McDonald's and like she's just the happy.
So yeah, she would probably eat anything at this establishment. Maybe avoid the salad because it looks like, you know, when spinach is a little old and it gets a little slimy.
She's going chicken and
do
waffles.
this to me.
She's already decided. She
Yeah.
decided she saw it on the menu. Chicken and waffles this time.
Yeah.
Does the bouncer stop us at all? Is there a bouncer?
It's like the middle of the day, and also, I believe 3 of you, including Jean, are clearly over the age of like 50. So, there is like a very bored-looking waitress or waiter slash bouncer who's like, you feel like if you had been of a questionable age, he might have been like, hey, how old are you? But kind of looks the group of you up and down and is like, bar's open, got our brunch specials.
Oh, good. We're taking our 2 grandpas out. It's their anniversary.
Good for you.
Teddy's gonna take Chuck's hand in his robot hand.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sorry. Hello.
And then we walk inside because apparently we needed a story.
Cassie did not expect you to go along with it. Like, Cassie is just like, listen, I've been playing Alex, who's very serious, he's a soft boy, he's shy. So I wanted somebody who was gonna give Chuck a run for his money when it comes to like making jokes and stuff. So, or rather, give Chris a run for his money.
Hello.
Yeah. So
I'm sorry, I was messaging people. I actually don't know what was going on.
Good. Don't know what to tell him.
Did you say that we were dating?
He said
It's
that
your
it was
anniversary.
our anniversary.
Oh, okay. I think Chuck does just go hello.
As we walk into the bar, Teddy will just kind of take the robot hand and pat Chuck on the back and say, "It's good to have a story to get us into places, I suppose."
Sure, whatever makes you feel better.
She just starts giggling. She's like, I didn't think you'd do it.
I mean, what's holding hands between friends?
I don't care. I'm not saying anything. I don't know why you have to justify it.
I'm not.
And neither am I.
All right then.
You two are cute.
Get out of here. Eat some eggs.
Aren't-
I don't know. Waffles.
Get out of here. Eat some eggs.
Eat some eggs. Come on. Get out of here. Anyway.
So we're inside the bar.
You are inside the bar. You have solved my bar puzzle.
Of 5 adults who are all of legal drinking age getting into a bar.
Yep.
4, 5. How many are we now? Oh my.
How
5
did
of
Cassie
you.
age? Probably didn't, right?
I imagined her the same age as Alex, but I don't know.
Well, they're not twins. She was older than Alex, but at this point, I think that Alex is. But he's also. Man, this is confusing. I've confused myself. I have the weirdest family that I'm playing at. Sorry, go on. I'll figure it out.
Yes.
I'll workshop with you guys later.
I just read chat. And now I am
shouldn't have.
closing chat because otherwise I will not be able to properly GM.
Yes.
I have
Sam.
now forgotten what I was going to say.
Dad,
But-
what's the
Were you
rule?
going to describe the interior? Or...
I was going to describe the interior. It is a alligator themed bar called the Python. There are it is kind of a typical like hunting kind of themed bar where it's like there are a lot of animal parts on this wall. Not sure how comfortable I am with that. But it's mostly like alligator parts and you're like, is this legal? Probably not, but this bar is fairly quiet as it would be on a Thursday morning. And everyone looks vaguely generally unassuming. They all look to be regular patrons. Obviously, you don't really know what any specific elapids look like because they wear snake masks, but you can see that there is no one wearing it. There are some like crazy looking alligator masks on like the back wall as decoration, but they're not in the same style as the masks of the elapids. It's more just like, here's some cool stuff we found at a thrift store. So here's what we're gonna decorate our bar with. You get the feeling that this bar has been around for a long time and has gone through quite a few design changes, and that maybe it was once snake themed, but is now definitely alligator themed, and definitely all their decorations are secondhand and a little bit non-cohesive.
Gotcha. How many is there a bartender behind the bar?
There is a in terms of like people working there, there is a bartender behind the bar. There is like a
Oh man.
which has probably kitchen workers, and you can see one person like one hired server who keeps going back there and get it. She's the one who brings Cassie's chicken and waffles out to wherever you are sitting. And there is the bartender, or not the bartender, the bouncer slash dude who is there to greeter. I believe that is what it's called. Who is at the front. So there are 3. I just listed them all off. There are 3 employees you can see, and at least one more in the back being a cook or something.
Right on. Any patrons other than us?
Yeah, so there are a few. There's an older gentleman at the bar as well as a younger one. They don't seem to be like sitting together. They're kind of on opposite sides of the bar. And then there is a kind of middle-aged couple who are out for lunch/brunch. And there is a some sort of someone who is clearly like waiting for food to pick up and bring somewhere else. So there are a few patrons, but not a whole lot.
Wait, so has Cassie ordered her chicken waffles or not yet?
Yeah, sounds like she's got it, right?
I imagine that was like when the waitress like came up and was like, "Can I get any drinks for you?" Cassie was like, "Chicken and waffles."
She was in
So-
fact like,
She has ordered them and received them, but it would not be weird for other people to order. Also, you could have ordered with her.
I think Teddy would have probably ordered like a water. And he sees Anne shaking her head and he says, "I cannot imbibe alcohol while I am practicing a brand new technology. So I'm
Yeah,
gonna
he's
stay
dealing with
hydrated."
heavy machinery.
Not even like a seltzer though, Teddy. Come on.
He also
what
had
can
like
you do at an
technically surgery.
establishment?
And you have
Just
to understand,
show up.
I'm not sure what will happen with this arm if I imbibe anything but water. So I'm going to do this trial run with water first. And if I end up shooting a laser into your face from my fist, then
Whoa.
we'll know that I probably shouldn't. I need to tweak some things.
I mean, that kind of sounds like fun, honestly, but we are in public, so I think
Leave the laser
This
shooting
time,
in
Teddy,
private.
you can be right.
Okay.
You got, I think check is like, you got like any like chateau.
Probably. She's a waitress.
Probably.
Probably I can look behind the counter for you.
Okay, thank you.
nothing for me. Thank you.
Do you have a Diet Dr. Pepper from a Big Z's? Can you run to a Big Z's and get me a Diet Dr. Pepper?
Absolutely not. Is Anne ordering anything?
I think Anne would probably also get chicken and waffles.
Trying to bond with Cassie.
I'm trying to bond. But like casually, you know.
You're gonna
And-
think.
Your food is brought out to you. Food/drinks. It is all looks good. You have made good choices on the menu. And it is tasty. You're enjoying it.
I think while the team is...
What is it with us and like breakfast foods? I
I
don't.
have no idea, to be honest. While the team is
think we just-
enjoying...
Play for so long that we all get hungry, and it's like,
I want chicken and waffles right now, like in real life.
And some
Guys,
eggs.
let's quickly drive out and get some waffles.
Don't joke
Listen.
like that. That would be amazing.
If we lived together, or if we lived in close proximity, I'd be like Waffle House. Let's go.
Let's go right now.
I've never been to a Waffle House, and I'm real sad about it.
It's
It
like
is
an
wild.
IHOP, but
I've
sad.
heard that it's bonkers. You guys also have something called Bojangles. What do I
Look.
have on the West Coast? In-N-Out? Come on.
I mean,
Look, Bojangles,
we have
man.
In and out.
Well, it depends, because I feel like every Bojangles I go to tastes slightly different. It's a very,
I'm
like,
done.
it's a wide variety of things. It can either be really good or, like, ooh, like, not so great.
Y'all ever had Cookout? I actually don't know if it extends that far.
I have Cookout.
Yeah, I love Cookout, man. That's a
It's a good deal. It's a lot
Guys,
of food for a low price.
So,
It is.
So I think
I
while
love you all. I'm sorry.
while
This is my
everyone
fault.
while everyone is drinking and enjoying their meals, I think Teddy would like to, underneath the table, use his cyborg arm to investigate a mystery, if possible, and just kind of like, essentially, he's just kind of like, his arm like switches out for like a scanner tool and kind of begins to kind of like, it essentially is trying to read the schematics of this bar and seeing like how many heartbeats does it detect? You know, like, is it like everyone that we can see? Maybe some people in the back. Are there any, extra rooms in the space? Essentially, he's trying to like, it's like a combination of like echolocation and enhanced hearing. I don't know, something along those lines. Technology.
Yeah.
Can you tell that I'm not really a science guy? And he gets a +1 for it because he's using his arm.
All right. Go ahead and roll investigate a mystery.
Okay, so I rolled a 7 +1 for sharp +1 for the arm is a 9.
All right. Hold 1.
So then I will ask what is being concealed here. And the idea being that I'm trying to see if there's more to the building, more people in the building that we cannot see, something along those lines.
There is more to the building, but not a lot more. You can recognize that, like, sort of behind where you would expect, like, the bathrooms to be, there are more rooms, or to, like, where one might have some sort of, like, office, maybe. I don't know how restaurant layouts work, but in this restaurant, there's, like, the main area, there's, like, the bathrooms, the bar, the kitchen, and then, like, kind of off to the side of the kitchen, you can sense some, like, rooms that you can't really tell what they're for. They are bigger than closets, about the size of, like, how do I describe the size of a room? They're like the size of there is the square footage of the two is like the size of a small apartment. It is not very big, but there are 2 rooms, and there is at least 1 person in those rooms, as well as you can tell that they're behind the bar. There are some, like, there are some, like, weapons, not necessarily like a weapon stash, but like if weapons were needed, we would have them here. There are 2 cooks, you presume, in the back. There is everyone you can see, and then there are 3 other people somewhere in those 2, like, behind the scenes rooms.
Okay. I will relay that information to the team while they're having their chicken and waffles and drinking their drinks. I'm just gonna say we've got everyone that we can see right now. There's 2 cooks in the kitchen, and then farther back next to the kitchen, there's two rooms that are pretty large together, and there's 1 person in there, but that's pretty much it. I'm not sensing like a lower floor or really any hidden rooms per se. But Mars, one last time, for the weapons cache kind of situation. Describe that to me one more time. It was just kind of like, it was like a cabinet that had it, or
like, under the bar, basically, there are, like, emergence and, like, stashed into some, like, wall panel, or, like, as some wall decorations, there are, like, actual weapons. So, like,
Gotcha.
The gun on the wall looks like it's decoration, but it is functional, and you know that behind the bar there is, like, at least there is ammo that would work with these decorative guns, as well as some guns, like, behind the bar, and in the back rooms, like, you can't tell exactly what kind of weapons they are. You just know there's, like, long metal things.
Gotcha.
Because your arm's not gonna be like that precise, but
Yeah.
I'm like, it can use magnetics or something where it's like there are long metal things that are probably weapons,
Sure.
but you don't know.
I'll tell the group, for sure, the weapons on the wall, and he kind of points behind himself, those work. There's weapons behind the bar where the ammo's stored for both said weapons. And then in those 2 rooms, again, he's just kind of like talking casually. He's not like looking at the spots that he's referring to, but he's just kind of like gesturing casually with his fingers. In those 2 rooms that are pretty large, I think that there's weapons. It's a little imprecise because they're just kind of like long metallic rods, but arguably those could be rifles. And he just takes a sip from his water.
I mean, it's not particularly strange for there to be weapons. What are the laws?
I don't know gun laws that well.
I know.
Technically, we're in Tennessee right now, so
Yeah. There's
I'm
the
not
Bass
familiar
Pro
with
Shop.
Tennessee guns.
There are more guns than you would expect for a relatively like low, like this bar doesn't seem to be very like super wealthy and like maybe not the target spot for robberies. Like, yeah, there might be like a kerfuffle every once in a while where it's like someone's trying to steal the cash drawer, but like you wouldn't need this amount of weapons for that, and you also wouldn't necessarily want to put them on the walls because like basically the bar is prepared for if there was an emergency fight, it would be very easy to find and grab a weapon.
I know that this is how you set it up, and I accept it in this world. But in real life, if you go to Tennessee, it's weird if there aren't guns all over, including working ones. Just as someone who lives in Kentucky, I can assure you, I don't know if In Before Din is in chat, who lives in Tennessee, but he can confirm.
That's a lot of gun.
Yes, there is a lot of guns. They're very proud. Anyways, sorry, but I understand what you are saying in this aspect. I just wanted to share with everyone that if you go into a bar in Tennessee and see multiple guns on the wall, there's probably not something super particular stat.
But I imagine they would have like safeties on or like be non-functional or something. These guns are like fully working.
Oh, you
sweet summer child.
Sweet summer child. Yeah, I'm from a state where the as Card Games on Zamboni said in chat, here in California the gun laws are just no. It's not totally true. You can have one and you can like take it to a gun range and stuff, but you need, can't just like have one willy-nilly wherever you live. Anyway.
In Illinois, the guns laws are sometimes
imagine
more than
if,
you'd
if
like.
the law, if like when people made laws, they were just like, how do we feel about driving? And someone else was just like, sometimes. Writes it down.
How do we feel about
sets it in. Crime?
Eggs.
Stop.
Yes.
I don't have any egg facts for today.
Eggs are what you might call a little.
Oh yeah.
The geodes of life.
So Teddy's just gonna say, "Do what you will with your with that information," but I just thought I'd let you know what's going on with this space.
Yeah, that's a big setup, and I don't know if I mentioned it before, but I was told that the person we're looking for may have just been brought here as a meeting point, and may have been taken elsewhere, but did you, as a slightly more perceptive person than I was, did anybody notice any like cameras out front or anything like that?
That's a good question.
And dear keeper, are there any like cameras out front?
There are you are already inside, so you can't see the cameras.
Yeah, I'd have
like
to
if there's
leave.
any cameras out front, but you can tell that there are cameras in here, and they only like a few of them are wired. Some are just kind of decorative. I'm assuming Teddy is doing like electro something, I don't know, technology something to find this out. But
Let's just call it radar.
yeah, he's using radar to figure out wires and stuff. And some of the camera, like there are 2 cameras that are wired, and there's about 4 cameras that are not. And yeah.
I think Teddy's just gonna say, I mean, we can try and take a look at those rooms, see what they might be, if there's a way to enter them from in here, or if they're more of a go in from the kitchen kind of situation.
If I can get in once, I can get in again.
Yeah, so, where is it?
And Teddy again gestures, and the 2 rooms are by the kitchens. Maybe Keeper, would it be possible to say that maybe Teddy has kind of like a schematic kind of like etched out on his arm?
Yeah.
And so he kind of like puts his arm on the table and pulls back the sleeve so that Cassie can see like where the kitchen is, and then like the 2 rooms that he's referring to.
Okay. Well, wouldn't you know it? We forgot to say grace. Give me your hands.
Yeah, no, we don't do that here.
Teddy holds out his hands just instinctively.
No.
Chuck.
I'm good.
Chuck.
He's like sipping his Chateau.
Chuck. Take Anne's hand.
No.
And Teddy's hand.
No. I just don't want to.
We're gonna do the Southern Church kind of just like hold out the hand, like, you know, towards Chuck, and then
like Lord, please save his soul.
Yeah.
Oh, my favorite was
Praying
when I
over
had
you.
mass in high school, and people would hold hands like just touching as little as possible. You
Just
know,
the tips.
like you would be like this.
Yeah, it's weird to hold someone's hand, and then you get stuck with the sweaty person.
Yeah. Or you are the sweaty person.
Or you are the
you're next to another sweaty person, and it's just like bad for
guys.
everybody.
We at Turntables RPG are there for the sweaty people.
We at Turntables RPG are the sweaty people.
Truly.
Yep.
Clip that one too.
Anyways, so Cassie's going to use this as cover up to use magic, and she would like to observe another place or time. In this case, she wants to see if she can cast her third eye, which is one of her moves, but not for this particular purpose, to kind of see if she can't quite get into the rooms, to see how one would get into said rooms. Like, she would like to try and see into the rooms, but if that doesn't work, then that...
You'd like to... Okay. Yeah.
She would like to use magic, which, let's see how she does. 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's 9. If anybody praying with her wants...
Can Teddy help her?
Sure. Tell me what you're doing, and
yeah. I think. Sorry, Dustin. Can you describe, like, is she like? So she's saying grace, or like, is she saying like magical words? Is she trying to do kind of like a sing-song prayer kind of situation or something like that?
She is doing an incantation.
Got it.
Yeah.
Then I think Teddy will probably just kind of like in the same kind of like pitch and kind of like harmonizing a little bit. I think he's just gonna go, and we went down to the river to pray. Oh my Lord, oh my Lord. You know, it just kind of like trying to maybe cover up the chanting a little bit.
Yeah.
And then kind of just kind of like I'm not sure if he's like if he's holding Cassie's hand, but he's gonna look at her and just kind of like if he's holding her hand, he's gonna like squeeze it encouragingly. If he's not, he's gonna like give her like a nod and like a quick smile to like give her encouragement. And he's gonna use his other move that he took with the most recent level up, the Power of Heart, to when helping someone out, just get an automatic 10, and so they get a +1 to their roll.
Okay. Yeah. You get a use magic. You get a use magic. The magic works without issues. Choose your effect.
And the effect is to observe another place in this
All right.
case.
And you are observing the back room. You can only observe one of these two back rooms. So are you observing are you trying to observe the closer one or the farther one away?
Teddy, real quick, what were the differences between the two of them? Which one was which? Yeah.
One of them has a person in it, one of them doesn't.
Yeah, basically. To confirm, Mars, do both of them have those metal rods or just those one?
Yes, both of them.
Okay, that was the big thing that I was wondering. Okay, let's peep the one with the person.
Okay, you see someone dressed in elipid robes, and there are like, it is a surprisingly less menacing room than you would have expected. Mainly filled with like file cabinets of paperwork. You assume. Sometimes I lead myself to a sentence and then it's like, obviously the file cabinets are filled with paperwork. You just can't see it. But the person in elipid robes is not wearing the trademark snake mask, but they are looking down at whatever they are filing. Along the walls are various like metal weapons. There are some like metal staves and spears. The big ones like Gandalf has, but they're made of metal. And some like there's a few swords and there's a scythe. So basically anything that is not guns but a weapon is here, and filing cabinets and a person whose face you can't see because the room is not very well lit, but they are wearing elipid robes and their mask is like on the desk behind them. So there is a desk, filing cabinets, weapons, person, mask.
Amen. So, I have received guidance from the Lord, and it would seem that
Say something nice about me.
the person that we came here to meet, the one that is very into snakes, is here.
Right.
I would hope so. This is the Python Bar.
And is in one of those rooms that you mentioned, alongside quite an impressive collection of blades.
Lovely. And correct me if I'm wrong, but pretty much everyone, sans my arm, is able to be punctured by blades.
I'm pretty fleshy.
I mean, technically, it takes a little bit to get through, but eventually it does start to sting a little.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I can get stabbed. Definitely.
I don't know yet. Maybe.
Okay,
just
let's not test that one.
Yeah, let's operate on the flesh. Yes.
That'd be a good idea.
And I think Teddy's just gonna kind of look at the group and say, "What do we want to do? Maybe
Rush him.
distraction." I mean, he's. Was Cassie able to figure out like where the door into that room was, where the elephant is?
Yeah, so it is like there is the like typical like hallway to the bathrooms, and then there is a door with a second hallway that just normally you would expect to like go to the kitchen. But off of that hallway is where the two rooms are.
Oh, okay. So it's not like
So basically the hallway with the bathrooms turns, there's a door at the turn, and then like in between the bathroom.
no.
Can you tell I like drawing maps when I like DM in person? The kitchen is here, and then the rooms are like here, like in between the hallway with the bathrooms and the kitchen.
Gotcha. Okay. I think Teddy's going to say, I mean, we could rush the door. We be in a tight space, kind of single file though.
Well, there's only one way out, right? So we have the advantage of we could just wait outside the door.
I mean, there's one conventional way out. I could always rig something up to make another door. It would just attract a lot of attention.
Well, I'm just saying instead of rushing in, we could just wait outside, and when he comes out, we then do the rushing in a more open space. Or if we want to, we can seize the opportunity to trap him in the smaller space and then question him from there. But also then we would have a higher chance of getting stabbed in a small room.
Well, no matter what we do, I presume that the other employees here have some affiliation with this group of folks. And Cassie, did you see Poppy in that room, or it was just an it was just a friend?
Christian. Oh.
It was just one of our Halloween friends. The ones wearing the clothes that I was wearing when you first met me.
Right.
The cosplayers.
That's what it all boils down to.
I mean, I think the avenue of making ourselves known is the worst one to take here, because one of the things that my boss told me was that he didn't know where our companion was. Couldn't sense them. This might be our only lead, and I don't want to lose it by rushing into things.
I agree with that, but then your supervisor, your replacement the god you spoke to earlier. Nobody's listening. The god you spoke to earlier, didn't he say to cause as much destruction as possible?
Yeah, he did. He did say that, didn't he?
The problem is, it may have been just a week, but there was an explosion across the river, and if we, I'm just saying this because this is how I normally do destruction. If we cause an explosion here, then I feel like, suddenly it becomes even more nationwide news that the
Outside
Arkansas,
the sun being red?
No, Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi River crossing is just a battle zone.
No one said anything about an explosion. We can just beat up some folks and break all their bottles and...
Teddy did in fact mention an explosion.
Do we want to blow stuff up? I haven't blown stuff up in a while.
I thought we just said that we don't want to do that.
You know.
I only brought it up because I'm not sure what your god meant by causing damage, but
I can tell you what he meant. He meant that he wants the serpent-loving folks to be spread far and wide so that the goal that they are trying to achieve is achieved more slowly.
and that wouldn't happen if we took out one of their hideouts.
You're the one who said we shouldn't cause an explosion, Teddy. I don't know why you're arguing for and against the same point that you've made. Pick a side and stick to it.
I'm just saying, they can both happen.
No, you can't just explode and not explode a place.
Now, okay, so not to interrupt, you talking about blowing up an establishment in the middle of the town. Are
in the
we
middle
sure?
of the day.
Yeah. Are we sure that that this place is indeed one of their hideouts? I mean, yeah, they're here, but like they could just be. We're just here, and this is one of our hideouts. It's just
They have fancy weapons on the wall, Alex. Like the kinds of weapons that we saw while we were in your head kind of weapons. Like not like the guns are normal, but scythes, swords, staffs, and an elephant in the same room? Come on.
Well, let's not. I mean, it would suck though if we did if we don't know who's innocent and who's not. I'd much rather get some more information before we just actively just start go boom, boom, boom. As much as I'd like to, I usually have more information before I do that.
I mean, I know a pretty good way to find out who is an Elapid and who isn't.
Works for me. Can you share with the class?
Yeah, I'm just gonna
explosions again.
I'm just gonna stand up and shout.
Explosions.
I'm just gonna stand up and shout that the Elapids are stupid. Just basically try to bring attention to them, and
Oh.
whoever tries to stop me, just.
Well, I guess we could, instead of doing that, we could just start loudly talking about Apophis and the sun, and see if anyone is like, "Whoa, wait a second, that's what I'm doing."
I mean, who's to say they don't already know who we are?
That is true.
We
are kind of very important.
And we just got into a tussle with them like a week ago.
I didn't.
About a week ago.
Anyway, it's playing in the limo right now. That's still running.
I can hear it outside. Gene is blasting too.
So who's up for full on? We all go crazy right now, or who's up for slow, methodical? Like we examine the situation a little bit more before we start blowing things up.
Again, we don't have to. I'm just saying, it's a question of what you want to damage.
I'd rather we just go up to the room and interrogate the guy.
I'm just like, if we all stand up, the five of us, and go to the bathroom at the same time, it's gonna be noticed. And
hey, this is the Python bar.
I mean, but you two grandpas could go together because they already know that you're kind of like an item. That wouldn't be weird. Or, I mean, Cassie and I could go together. Girls go to the bathroom together all the time.
I do need to go.
Our makeup, gossiping.
And then at that point, Alex might as well come too.
I mean, I could just. Are you saying I go to with the girl, or the old?
Here's
preferably in the guy's bathroom, but I don't know. I don't if you can really do whatever you want.
Here's the other part is that there's probably a good chance that the door's locked, right? So we need people who are able to do that without bringing attention. I'm sure maybe Chuck has an old lock picking kit somewhere on him. I'm pretty sure I programmed some stuff into my arm. I'm sure Cassie could maybe think of something. So we have a couple in our group right now that probably could open that door without too much of a hassle.
You want me just to go unlock the door? I'll just go. I could just check the door.
I think Anne has a point in the sense that she said if she gets into that room, she could always go back into it. So I feel like
Okay.
Anne should be part of that
Well-
final party to go inside the room.
To be fair, if any of us make it into the room, Anne can make it into the
Is that how the power works?
Yes, but only if you're still in there.
That's true.
I did not. Are you
Well,
are you
what-
referring back to Halloween Township, or what are we?
So
No, the way the power works is like
Anne either travels to a location that she is familiar with or a person that she is familiar with.
Yes, I know that, but are we just gonna like step in and then leave immediately? I guess that is.
well,
Was
no.
my,
The question is if Anne was caught,
mean-
she could just go back anytime. I don't know how. I feel like we might be overthinking the situation because I feel like once we go in, we go in. But if you would like to, I can unlock the door. Then you can angel wings to me as I am inside the room, and that way we have the room locked down in our like save points.
Who's going to ask the questions?
I'll figure it out.
I mean, Chuck's a pretty good improviser.
I am a very good improviser.
And
What's-
I know
what's
if
Chuck's
someone's
charm?
lying to me, so
My charm, it's a good old goose egg.
Okay.
We always bring it back to eggs. Egg
Let me see
facts.
Maybe bring Alex along.
yeah.
I'm right here.
At that point, like, let's just all go there. Either way, we're going to. Someone's gonna be suspicious.
How about Chuck, you go, unlock the door. Like, pretend that you went to the bathroom, unlock the door, come back, and you go to use the restroom. Chuck, you pat your pockets like you lost something, go back, and then the two of you go, and then Alex, you follow back behind. Because obviously, like, if the door is unlocked, it doesn't matter if Alex goes with the two of you at the same time, if he can come in and be kind of like the cavalry in case things get dicey. You know, staggered.
Okay. I feel like we've decided I'm gonna go unlock the door, so I'm just gonna go unlock the door, and then we'll cross the bridge when we get there. So cool. And then Chuck's going to get up and walk towards the door.
Why don't you act under pressure, and that will also go for, like, unlocking the door itself,
Okay.
unless you want to roll twice.
I guess we did sort of just assume that the door was locked, right? Like we didn't.
You could
we
just
don't-
you could just turn it, but then you give
Yeah.
away your position. Then you can just be like, "Whoops, this ain't the
Okay.
little boy's room."
This ain't the old man's room. Sorry, my bad. That's going to be an 8.
An 8. So you get to.
Worst outcome, hard choice.
Worst- Yep. I am going to give you a hard choice.
Okay.
Basically, you get to the lock, you get to the door relatively undetected, but when you get there, the lock is very old and very loud. Basically, if you are going to pick this lock, you are going to give away you are going to let the Elipid know that that the room is trying to be broken into, giving him, a minute to prepare, as opposed to just popping in unannounced. Which,
Yeah. I think I'm gonna turn back, or like look back at the fam, and be like, and sort of like lock eyes with Ted, and sort of give him a look of like, I'm going in.
Teddy's just gonna look at the group and just say, "Brace yourselves."
And then
What does that mean?
I get to work. As I'm sort of, like locks,
Like
that-
just like
how it's-
picking locks.
just like locks.
That's actually what it looks like. You need to stop showing that because I think
I'm sorry, I'm teaching people how to crime.
And you hear as you start to pick this concerningly loud lock, you hear on the other side
Whoa,
file.
hold up. Sorry. I'm so sorry, Mars. I'm so sorry. Someone anonymous just
Oh!
donated $150, and we are at $580, and we have made it to our goal. Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
What?
Yes, thank
We
you.
did it!
Anonymous.
Thank
Oh my
you,
God, thank
Anonymous!
you.
That's a lot. Thanks,
Wow,
Anonymous.
yes, thank you so much.
Jeez. Just as I'm about to die.
any comments?
Yeah, any
yeah,
comment?
let me
or-
check. The comment says, of all the things that D&D nerds do when questing, raising money for just causes is the greatest campaign to undertake.
Oh,
That's
awesome.
precious. That's
thank
so
you,
lovely.
Anonymous.
Yeah, thank
Yeah.
you.
Yes, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Wow.
We might have to make more goals then.
Yeah, we might just have to do that. We will touch base with everyone next week with that. But thank you all so much for supporting St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. We're super excited to be able to have this money go directly to them and directly to helping fight children's cancer and other diseases. Wow, this is awesome.
Yeah.
Yes,
did.
I'm so sorry, Mars. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off like right at the crux, but I just saw the bar and I
absolutely.
was like,
That is a perfectly fair reason to do so.
My heart is full. That was such a good comment, too.
Yeah.
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 That's amazing.
Oh,
And now I have to get back to where I was, but
sorry.
no,
I'm
you're totally good. But you are picking the very loud lock. You hear a file cabinet door slam shut, and the sound of something metal being removed from a wall.
okay.
As you pick the lock, and how are you gonna open this door?
My mind goes back to like a safety video called like defense against like sharp-edged weapons. It's like a video for like cops. And it's like and a cop like knocks on the door, and a guy like is sitting, and it cuts to the guy sitting on a couch, and he turns to his left, and there's just a sword, like a full-on sword next to him, and so the cop opens the door and gets like stabbed by the sword, and they're like, "Don't do this," and so anyway. This just made me think of that, and so Chuck's going to, I think Chuck's going to. I think he's going to like back away from the door, like hold out his hand and like push it open and like pull out his gun.
And as you step in front of the door, you see an elapid. They've covered their face back up with the mask, but when you open the door, and they're standing ready with a sword, and as you swing the door open, their sword like dips in surprise as they startled by your presence here, exclaim loudly, "What the hell are you doing here?"
Is this a voice I recognize?
No, it is not.
Okay.
Can I hear them from the table?
You can, yes.
So this guy's not moving. He's just like his sword is down as he's like looking at me like with like my gun out.
Yes, I figured that it was a good place to stop kind of right before the fight.
Okay.
That will
Okay.
probably ensue as soon as he realizes, I'm supposed to fight you guys.
We can
but-
be diplomatic, right?
I feel like we can be diplomatic. I'm a diplomatic person.
Sure.
Can
We just added a spell slinger to the group, guys. She's itching. And by she, I mean I am itching. I'm ready to blast. I'm ready to sling spell.
full of fried chicken and waffles, ready to fight.
Yes, that is actually another thing that I decided with magic is that it burns a lot of calories. So she likes to eat a lot.
Nice.
Man, only 3 spell user. Awesome.
Yeah.
Cool. So I guess we will pick up next week. Do we want to do end of session questions?
Yeah.
That sounds great. End of session experience. Did you conclude the current mystery?
No.
No.
We did it.
You did it. You solved my one elapid in the back of a bar puzzle. Did you save someone from certain death or worse?
Not yet.
We
No.
saved Jean from a lifetime of servitude to
No.
the capitalist
Was that
system.
us or Helios's money?
Yeah, that wasn't us.
Fine.
No,
Oh, fine.
but technically, if you want to use like a slippery slope fallacy, like he would
Uh-oh.
like because of Apophis existing, Helios would never have taken Apophis and felt bad enough to then
No.
offer Jean
I
a
don't
new
know.
life.
I don't know. Okay, next.
No, we did not.
Pushing it. Pushing
Uh,
Okay.
Did you learn something new and important about the world?
it. Helios and other.
Helios
Good gods.
exists in the
Yeah.
Python bar.
I
Yep.
learned that none of the gods in our universe have any of their stuff together. Just none of it. None of them know what they're doing.
Just say the
A-
word, Masha. Push us up to 583.
And did you learn something new and important about one of the hunters?
Cassie likes chicken and waffles and eggs.
Cassie just likes food.
That's true.
That is new.
Teddy
How
has a
important-
robotic arm.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Thanks.
That's
Chris.
pretty new and important.
Thank you, Chris.
actually.
Yes.
You're welcome. I'm here for you. And can
Alright.
talk to other gods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She didn't even know that, but yeah.
Yeah. So you got 2 points of two yeses, which means 1 point of experience.
Yes, 1 point of experience. Right on. 3 more before an advancement.
Alex needs 1 and Cassie needs.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, advanced improvements.
That. Is-
Didn't level up this time.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think we had any failed rolls tonight. Which,
We barely had a mixed success at the very end.
Yeah.
yeah.
Dope.
We
Well,
did
that's
it.
that'll change next time.
I have learned a fun new way to take my notes, which is post-it notes stacked on top of each other into a nice long column, because then I can stick it into my character sheet and fold it, and then I won't lose it.
Ah,
Life
that's really
hacks.
Nice.
I was
That
expecting.
is really
I was,
cool.
I was expecting to see the folded player sheet to go inside the book, and then the book to go into like a
no.
binder, and then the binder to go onto a shelf.
I've
actually
also
do have a
learned.
binder that I put all my stuff in.
I've also learned a new way to take notes. I don't take
Yeah.
notes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Some of us take notes.
No way. I feel like we. That's not. I feel like we need to converse. Like I feel like we're on the same wavelength here of our note taking.
I got this nice little binder for my fiance, or this little journal, so I'm gonna start using it.
Yeah, I typically take notes if no one else at the table is taking notes. Otherwise,
I
I
take
do
mental
my,
notes. Of
yeah. Otherwise, I do my best just to remember.
I'll be like, I know what I'll do with that later.
And if I forget, then I hope that the actual table parents remind me at some point. No. It's this. Oh yeah. Thanks, table mom and dad.
So, thank you, Mars, for running today's mystery, part 1 of many.
Very
And for
excited.
bringing Jean back into our game and into our hearts.
Yeah.
Jean is now the official driver of the party with no name.
Maybe Jean has a lead on like a good place to rent, like a nice like small house to rent.
I like to think Jean has a little beach condo that he is like fully like, you can come stay.
I don't want to stay with Jean. I don't
I
want to know
wanna
what
stay
the
with
inside
Jean.
of Jean's house looks like.
Very pink.
Bold of you to assume Gene has a house.
Oh, are
What do
you saying he lives in
do
the
you think
limo?
he lives in the limo?
I don't know.
I don't
Well,
know. I don't wanna
as
make
the
it bad.
keeper, as 1/5 of the keeper,
Not anymore since he has so much money.
he does have a lot
True.
of money, which is why he
Nice
bought a
little
beach
nest egg.
condo.
He's actually renting a beach condo. Apparently, the person who normally lives there is like always out on business doing some kind of date coaching thing.
Is it me? Is it my content?
Wow, this is all it's all connected, guys.
This is how you know we're such
planned this.
amazing writers. We bring it all together.
Yeah, it's
so
all
well.
together, like an
Yeah,
Ouroboros
I
eating
lived
himself.
here the whole time. This isn't my hometown.
I
Just don't tell anybody.
yeah.
That's not canon. And
We're
doesn't
so
live here.
witty. Okay, thanks everyone for coming
Yeah, thanks
out.
Yes,
everyone.
thank
for
you, everyone.
coming.
We got a cool raid from Goblin Cave TV.
Yes.
Yeah, that was cool. We got
We hit our
we-
goal.
we hit our goal with a massive donation and honestly a comment that's still like warming my heart as we're talking here.
We hit our goal that we set for the whole month. Like almost halfway through the month.
Yeah.
Yeah, in 2
Mhm.
weeks.
In 2 weeks, we hit our goal. A goal we thought was very like it'd be very cool if we hit this.
Yes. We thought
But
it
we
was
did
we
it.
thought it was a very good goal for our stream, for the size of the stream that we have right now. And we all have knocked it out of the park. Thank you so
did it.
much. Yeah.
Thank you.
But yeah, again, we will
Charity.
touch base with
It's
y'all
great.
next week about possibly expanding
Stretch goal.
the stretch goals and the goal in and of itself. So thank you all so much for your support.
Well,
And
We'll
What
see
did
you
this
week
unlock?
We'll see
oh yeah,
the
this last goal unlocked the Night at the Museum one shot, and the desktop background screen, the custom desktop background screen. So
Which I'm using. Well, I'm not using like
Not
that
yet.
one, but I'm using one of them that Chris just happened to make out of nowhere. So
Oh, that's just a concept. We'll
Yeah.
figure out what we're doing for the official thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're streaming Thursday. Smash Brothers Ultimate,
2:30 p.m.
possibly
Central Time.
tournaments.
Yeah.
Maybe 8-player. Who knows?
you can
Yes.
smash.
Yeah, I think for that, definitely still come in and support us. I'm pretty sure our fundraiser will still be live then. It will be live until the end of the month. If you still want to donate, you're absolutely welcome to. And we'll definitely still be playing Smash then. But we'll probably have stretch goals kind of like figured out by next Tuesday. So stick tuned for Tuesday for announcements on that front. But yes, thank you all so much, and we appreciate you and we appreciate your support. And we're so happy that we can all work together to kind of donate to a great cause. So thank you so much.
CST is the time zone. Sorry.
Central,
Yes,
yeah,
CST.
Central.
Central Standard. My bad.
Actually, Central Daylights, right?
Yes, it is daylight savings time now. So
Frickin' Texas.
we didn't
CDT.
start it, but yes, thank you all so much. I think that's pretty much it. So we'll just go ahead and sign off for the night. We love you very much. We appreciate you, and please take care of yourselves. Drink some water.
Please drink water.
Water is
I'm-
good.
My name is Dr. Alexander Rose, and as hard as it may be to believe, I am a vampire. Well, at least partly. I don't even truly remember how this came about. You see, I had a problem with certain controlled substances. I was a user. I also gave freely out of the pharmacy connected to my clinic. There were many that I shared with. All of this culminated with one night, one bite, and my life changed forever. I'm now hunting for my sire, the one who turned me into this, and for any knowledge on my unique condition, while trying to fix the life that I found myself in. I fight the urges. I work to try and make the world now a safer place for those like I once was, and for those like I am now. To prove my humanity remains, and that I'm more than monstrous.
My name is Anne Darelay, and it's lovely to meet you. For the bulk of my career, I've been a dating coach. This has been a bit contentious for my parents, who think that there are more respectable paths for me to take. What's important to me is that I'm helping people. That's not what got me to where I am now. One day, I stirred from a nap with a message from an unseen deity looping through my head. The apocalypse is coming, it said, and it is your duty to ensure it comes to pass. Something inside me had woken up. As silly as it sounds, I had powers. The year has passed, and I'm no closer to learning the origin of these powers, or bringing about the end of days at that, but I've still found a way to put them to good use. If you ask politely, I'll still give you tips on flirting with a beautiful stranger at the bar. But if they turn out to be a shapeshifter, then I'll be the one to take them out.
I am the head of Apophis, the Egyptian snake god prophesied to swallow the sun and bring about the end of the world. I was summoned from my slumber about 20 years ago by a group who didn't understand the weight of their actions, by a group that failed to acknowledge my power. And so I was split. I should have been risen as a horrifying, monstrous snake, large enough to swallow the sun, but instead I'm just the head of one. As I wondered, contemplating the life I now had before me, this form couldn't bring about the end of days, I began to appreciate the world around me and see what it had to offer. The apocalypse is my destiny, but I'm not sure it's the future I really want.
Yeah, I'll have the Zack attack, the pancake, and the possum milk, please. Thank you. Oh, jeez. I didn't see you there. Hold on. Let's walk and talk. Anyway, my name is Chuck Duval, or you may know me by my old title, The Silencer. I was an assassin, hired killer type. Would take anyone out for the right price, really, but, you know, like anyone, I've made mistakes, broken promises, I've got deep regret and all that, but not much time left to stand around moping. But I'm trying to move on, be better, and who knows, maybe I can silence a few no good lowlives on my way out. Oh dang, they forgot my pancake.
1 second, folks. Recalibrating the sonic rifle. Almost there. Hot damn! Oh, shit. Oh, I apologize. Let me introduce myself. My name is Theodore Ulysses Franklin. You can call me Teddy. Born in good old San Antonio, Texas, back in 1959. My mama was Mexican, my daddy a cow rancher, and sí, hablo español. After graduating from MIT with various degrees, I delved into some of the fringe sciences. There, I discovered the existence of the supernatural, and I realized my purpose: researching the unexplained and protecting normal folks from the terrors in the dark. My savings went into building Old Tex, my mobile base of operations, out of the scraps of a 442 Atlantic steam locomotive. Old Tex and I travel across the country, fighting monsters, protecting people, and riding the rails.